Federal Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome.
Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's gonna be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Okay. What's going on, gang? Good afternoon. Hi there. Welcome. My name's Alan Cox. Thanks for being here. Say hi to Bill Squire. He's here, too.
Hey, creepy hugs.
Mary Santora is in Midtown Manhattan.
What up?
Poundcake's back in Studio G.
Afternoon, white people.
If you want to join us, please do. We'd love to have you along. I didn't know anything about Northeast Ohio before I moved here. I had been to Cleveland precisely once for a broadcasting conference. A buddy of mine was running a radio station and asked if I would be on a panel, and I said yes. And so I came to Cleveland. That would have been a couple of years before I moved here to work at WMMS, and I didn't know anything about Northeast Ohio. All I knew was that during inclement weather, well, there were two things that are important to me. Every city I've ever worked in is living relatively close to the station. I'm not looking to do some 45-minute commute or whatever. And so that was kind of the one thing. All I knew about Cleveland when I was making some kind of preparation to move here was the conventional wisdom that during inclement weather in the wintertime, the east side gets hammered a lot harder with the snow, lake effect snow. And I said, well, that's all the information I need to convince me to live on the west side of downtown. We, of course, were working in Independence up until about a year and a half ago. But seemingly that whole thing got flip-flopped today, where the people that normally get all that lake effect snow are actually doing okay. We got dumped on out where we are. And, you know, last night everybody prepares, all of our colleagues over there, WTAM, everybody prepares, you know, for this just massive problem. And you have to. There's no downside to preparing. They've got to keep people informed and prepared and all that kind of stuff. And I did end up having to plow my driveway, but it wasn't as bad as I thought. But then I was hearing from people who are in spots that normally really get hammered out east. And it sounded like they were just having a high old time. So maybe they got a brief respite. I don't know if it's still snowing. I haven't looked out there. Was it snowing when you drove in?
Yes, it was.
It was. Okay. Well,
it's when I walked in, and yeah, it's still snowing.
And where you live, there's probably you're in a parking garage.
Yes.
And there's
very
probably somebody plowing the people who don't. Does everybody where you live, are they parking a ground? Or are there people that don't make it and they have an outside
There's a few people
lot?
that don't have that. Some of the renters.
Mm-hmm. They give them an outside lot.
Well, it just depends on if the apartment, because like the front side of the building has more like single bedroom units and like studios, and a lot of those people don't have a parking spot in the basement garage. Some of them have a street spot or they're able to get a spot in the circle out front, but those are hard to come by because
and Poundcake's parking
tough.
On the street,
and then the street spots are life or death.
Yes,
like,
but
you need those.
Yeah, I did not park on the street last night because I don't know. Lakewood is weird because if you live on an emergency snow street, then you have to move your car after a certain amount of inches of snow.
Yeah.
And I did not want to deal with that. I already had I've been ticketed. I've been towed. My car has been stolen. I didn't want to deal with any of that. I want to park my car in a spot, not in a lot a couple miles down the street because of snow. So I stayed at my friend's house and she doesn't have 4-wheel drive. So I drove her into work today, and then I'm driving her home.
Oh, I thought you were going to say you kept your car here and then just took an Uber home.
No.
I see.
No, I stayed at my friend's house. She has a lot, and they're really good at plowing it.
Now, where does she live?
She lives out in Berea.
Okay.
Hey.
Mary's neck of the woods.
Yeah.
My old
Her
stomping
hometown,
grounds.
her
Hey,
old
hey.
stomping grounds. Are you getting snow there, Mary?
Barely. I
Yeah.
mean, there's enough that it doesn't really stick, and I don't know if that's because there's just too many people walking around all the time or what. But it snowed overnight, and then it's supposed to stop here in like an hour or two. But I don't know if New York City has snow plows.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, they do.
What do you mean?
No, I mean like some of the streets are so narrow with cars parked on both sides. I feel like a snowplow couldn't make it down some of the streets.
You have a narrow plow.
Yeah, for situations like that, for those narrow streets, they sometimes have like a smaller truck or like
those brush trucks,
almost like a golf cart type thing with a plow on
That's
it, or like a
crazy.
tractor.
Because I'm thinking of like,
not a golf cart, but like a tractor that'll
Yeah.
go down and do those. But
I'm
yeah,
thinking of like the Ohio, like the semi trucks with giant plows on them is what I'm used to seeing. And there hasn't, since I've been here only a couple weeks, that there hasn't been enough accumulation to need a plow. But I was just thinking about that on my way in, where I was like, how the hell do they get down these streets?
Well, I was preparing overnight because all I was hearing was that it's going to be 8 or 9 inches and blah, blah, blah. And I hadn't really paid too close attention to the time frame. But I was like, well, it sounds like we're going to get a lot of it overnight. So I'm up early and I'm preparing and I'm getting the plow ready and all that. And I ended up having to plow my driveway. But it wasn't like some back-breaking thing. But I guess
Plow or snow blow?
Well, like snow blow. Yeah,
Yeah.
I've got a snow blower, and I got it out there. And, I mean, we probably had 3-4 inches of snow out there. But I'm like, I'm not going to drive through it, and I don't know what my wife's doing. She's got a Jeep, though. She can drive over goddamn rocks and water if she wants.
This is the first time I got to use my 4-wheel drive.
Do you like it?
Yeah. I feel like, I'm like, oh, this is why you have an SUV in Ohio.
That's when your car uses all 4 wheels?
Mm-hmm. Sometimes you only have to use how many, Alan?
God damn it. I don't know. How
You don't have your buttons ready?
I wasn't even thinking about it. Sometimes, Mary, you only have to use
3 wheels.
Okay.
It just surprises me.
Timing is everything.
It really is.
It just surprises me the people that still have like lowriders and they drive those in the winter. I'm like, you live in Ohio and you have really thin racing tires and a really low car and they're like on the freeway like swerving. I'm like, oh my goodness. Like
Some people only have one car.
Yeah.
And
know,
the
They're
rest
living,
of the
they're
year.
living for the rest of the year. They're not.
Yeah,
they're-
the rest of the year is worth it
Yeah.
enough for them.
But I understand that you should just get like a reliable car. Like I would be out there with my Mulan. you know,
Dude.
I was trucking before I had this car, and so by the grace of God, I nothing really ever happened. I mean, I did get into an accident one time, but I was sliding down a hill and I just hit the curb. I didn't realize anything was wrong. I heard a lot of scratching, and it wasn't until I got my car checked up or checked that they put my car up on like the rail, and then my axle just
On the
like,
rail?
whatever. What do you call
On the
it?
lift.
The lift.
They put his car up on the rail.
Yeah,
They
they
just
put.
tipped it over
Yeah, they
on
sure
its
did.
side like a turtle.
But like they put my car up on the lift and my wheels folded in. My axle's that broken.
Oh, no.
They're like, sir, how could you drive on it? I was like, I didn't know. It's still
wheels.
rolled.
They didn't go the other way. You were fine as long as the wheels were on the ground.
Yeah. I was like,
He's
I'm
like-
not doing wheelies.
Is that why it's always going? Yes, that's exactly why.
Why is my car always kicking sparks when I drive everywhere? I thought that it was a new feature you guys had added.
Well, you guys.
Axle's broken.
It was either 2019 or 2020. I was relatively new to the show. And I remember being like, dude, I think Kias are just terrible in the winter. Do you guys remember that when I was like, I'm fishtailing everywhere? Like, it had to have been 2019 because I got the car at the end of 2018. And I was like, man, this car is terrible. I don't know what's going on, blah, blah, blah. And then, Bill, you were like, well, how are your tires? I'm like, I don't know. I was like, he's like, well, then your tires might be bad. And then Bill came down. Do you remember checking my tires? And you're like, Mary, this is illegal. Like, you cannot drive like this. And I was like, I literally thought Kias must be bad snow cars. Like, it couldn't possibly be that I didn't do enough checking up. It's just that Kias are poorly made.
Yeah.
How bad were your tires?
They were I mean, like, no tread.
Like drag race tires where they're
like,
just like flat.
Horrible. Like
Yeah.
Bill yelled at me, and then I took it into our buddy Josh, who does like automotive, and he was like, "Mary, this is like not even. I can't even joke about this.
It's
This is
life-threatening.
terrifying."
Yeah.
He's like, "This is not only illegal. He's like, you should be dead if you're driving on these things
In the winter, no less.
Yeah.
Like in the snow.
Well, the garbage trucks have plows on them where you are.
Oh, okay. That makes
So
sense.
there's a lot of that. But I mean, again, I don't have four-wheel drive, and I was okay this morning. I mean, once I got out of the driveway, it didn't. At least when I came in this morning, it didn't strike me like it was going to need to be a four-wheel drive kind of day. But.
The freeways were not good. Like there was one lane that you could like drive on, and then
Yeah, but you're also kind of a worry wart. You would have been fine.
It was fine when I was coming in. I'm driving a Ford Fusion. I didn't have any, I'm not driving a tank or anything. But well, anyway,
I had no problems.
yeah. Okay, I've got more money for you. 2:30 is going to be that next keyword. We'll get them for you about 30 past the hour to grab $1,000 from the Buzzard Bookie. So if you're still trying to get your mitts on that money, we'll hand that off. 35192 and text me for anything, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeart Radio app or whatever smart device you have.
Just tell me to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
iHeart, are you ready? Our 2024 iHeart Radio Music Awards are coming to Fox.
Live from Los Angeles, Monday, April 1st.
The biggest stars from all genres of music are nominated, and it's up to you, the iHeart Radio listener, to decide who wins.
And the iHeart Radio Music Award goes to...
The iHeart Radio Music Award goes to...
Who had the best lyrics? Who had your favorite tour style? The best music video? Best fan army?
Get your votes in for these categories and more at iHeartRadio.com/awards.
And get ready to celebrate with all of the artists who are nominated.
Hey, it's Taylor Swift.
It's your boy Jelly Roll.
21 Savage, the Foo Fighters.
It's Olivia Rodrigo.
Hi, this is Shakira.
It's Morgan Wallen.
What's up, y'all? I'm Beyonce.
We're Fall Out Boy.
And there are so many more.
Make plans to join us April 1st, live on Fox and iHeart radio stations across America.
For our 2024 iHeartRadio Music Awards.
Your afternoon drive is brought to you by the Ken Ganley Auto Group, Ohio's #1 automotive retailer.
BetMGM is throwing the biggest party of
Route 8 up towards Rockside Road and 480 both ways between 77 and the 271 ramps. This is where we're seeing snow accumulate very quickly on the highways. A crash on 77 southbound past Pershing has traffic stop and go approaching in Medina County. Watch for an accident on 76 westbound before Route 57. I'm Faith Nezevich in the traffic center.
This report is sponsored by It's Just Lunch. Dating life? Stuck in traffic? Get in the fast lane with It's Just Lunch. Call them at 216-328-9026 to learn more. Or visit itsjustlunchcleveland.com today. It's Just Lunch. Connection awaits with guaranteed dates.
I'm Jason Flom, and you're Maggie Freeling.
Hey, Jason.
Every day we learn about another person who shouldn't be in prison.
58 years in prison for a crime he didn't commit. So glad you're home.
If you want to be part of this work, listen to Wrongful Conviction.
The podcast where we hand the mic to innocent people to hear their stories.
How do you send someone innocent to prison when you know I didn't do this?
Listen to new episodes of Wrongful Conviction with Maggie Freeling and Jason Flom on the iHeart Radio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
The Alan Cox Show reminds you, don't text and drive. Unless that text is, hey, Mom, who was the drummer for Supertramp? That can't wait.
100.7 WMMS.
Two 216-578-1007 if you want to join us live. Or 800-348-1007. Got more money for you, specifically $1,000, courtesy of the Buzzard bookie. About 9 or 10 minutes from now. Try to hit them around 30 past. So listen for that. Later on in the show, I mean that quite literally towards the end of the show, we do a little thing here. If you're brand new to the program, it's something called the Bill Squire Friday Get Down. You might have been out there in public recently and seen a T-shirt to that effect. And it's how we start the weekend around these parts. And for a lot of people, Friday is just preamble to the Bill Squire Friday Get Down. I was telling my daughter this morning, she got a full 2 days of school in this week because Monday was Martin Luther King Day, so she didn't have school that day. Wednesday, they had a wind chill day.
Because it was cold.
It was cold as balls. And I'm like, you guys have heat in the building.
It's for walkers. Some kids don't take the bus or can't be driven to school.
That was explained to me.
Yeah.
And so...
So you were never a walker? You never had to walk to school?
His parents drove him to school.
We Sorry.
I forgot you're a millionaire.
A millionaire. Yes, that's why my parents drove me to school, because we were millionaires.
It's millionaire stuff.
No, it was it was Catholic school. There was no bus that was coming, so...
See, we had Catholic school kids on our bus. Like, they would ride our bus, and then we'd all get off, and then the buses would take them over to the Catholic school afterwards.
Yeah, we didn't have that.
It was like a team-up thing. And we would.
So she was off Monday, then she was off Wednesday, and I told her last night, I said, you're going to have tomorrow off, too, because of all the snow coming. And we start getting blown up by the school district. He had texts and voicemails and blah, 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 saying, hey, tomorrow. So she got a full 2 days of school this week.
It used to be such an adrenaline rush, getting up in the morning, like before you had to get ready and turn on the
6
TV and just watch, and you're just like
scroll at the bottom.
It was the worst thing when you would see like another school in your county get closed, and you're like, come on, like maybe it just didn't hit yet. Someone's slacking, like someone didn't call in yet, and then the rare times it would be like, everyone else got off and you didn't.
That was us, Berea. We were like, our superintendent is the worst.
You never got off, but like it was just like a rush. When you saw your school pop up, and you're like, I can go back to bed. Like,
we never got snow days in Catholic school, but we would get the dumbest, like, it's the Feast of St. Swithin's, so it's going to be a half day. We'd get all these dumb... we never got school days in Catholic school. You'd just be trudging up to the front door.
You got robbed because there
and
was
plus,
nothing
for
like
me,
that
I liked school. B, there was nothing fun for me at home. So all my friends were like, yeah, school's out. I'm like, yeah, because you're sitting in your room playing ColecoVision all day long and eating fruit roll-ups. Like, there's nothing at I don't have Atari. We didn't have cable. It's like being at home for me. I'm like sitting in my room reading comic books, which is fine. But all my friends were at school. So like a snow day for me, I was like, what? There's no upside to that for me.
We would sleep. We would eat. We would watch Jerry Springer or Maury.
Price is Right.
No, we didn't.
And your
watch
mom's sleeping anyway.
I mean, we would try and let her sleep, but sometimes we would need some stuff.
So your mom hated snow days.
Probably.
She despised them. Yes, because when you guys were in school, she knew she was going to be able to get some sleep.
No, not always, because she never got a moment's peace. She was always getting called up to the school, either for my brother, like he forgot this, or he was getting in trouble for this. So she would.
At some point, your mom should have really taught you guys a lesson and jumped off a bridge.
Why would you say that?
Because then the two of you would have had to offend for yourselves.
No.
You would have figured out how things work.
She just learned to like adapt and just not care. She thought that if she embarrassed
If she
us,
really cared about you guys, she would have killed herself.
No. She would walk up to the school. She would come up to the school with hair curlers and a muumuu and be like, "What did my son do now?" Like, it was always for my brother. It was never for me. Like, I was rarely ever sick. I always showed up to school. Like,
what was your brother doing?
He would always just be in trouble. Cussing somebody out, or he would forget his lunch card, or he was tardy, and she had to sign a slip to make sure that he showed up to school. Like, he was always getting in trouble for something. And then me, like she said that whenever she would show up to school, my brother would just be roaming the halls. Like, when he would show up to school.
They didn't have him in the principal's office in a central location, like sitting in a chair?
Nope, he was a schmoozer, so he was friends with all the teachers.
Schmoozer?
He was like, the teacher, she just don't get me, blah, blah, blah. And so he would just be walking the halls. And whenever my mom would get caught up there, hair curlers and a muumuu, and she's like,
what kid in trouble is just allowed to walk the halls? I love that. I've never heard of that before.
A schmoozer.
A schmoozer?
Yeah. He
wasn't trying to close a sale. He was a kid in school who was in trouble.
But the thing was, he wasn't a class clown because he wasn't in school enough. And he wasn't like a suck up because, again, you had to be in class in order to be teacher's pet.
Are we talking junior high or high school?
High school.
High school.
Like, I thought I had it in because when there was 1 year where my brother and I overlapped. He was a senior, I was a freshman. So I was like, sweet, like I don't have to ride the big yellow taxi. I got someone to drive me to school. That was not the case because he would never, like I would be up and ready by 6:45, we leave at 7 or whatever. He wouldn't even be up. And so he's like, well, you're going to have to catch the bus today because I'm not driving you. I'm like, man, come on. Like, so I didn't even get to enjoy the perks of being, drove to school because my brother wouldn't go half the time.
Wow.
But, yeah, my mom would, so it didn't matter. A snow day or a regular day, she got no peace.
No peace at all.
No
this
peace.
Poor woman.
I hope she doesn't leave you anything when she dies. When she just puts in her will,
all her
she's
debt.
like, you're not getting any of my money.
Why
You're not getting any of the
she
house.
She can leave me something.
No, you don't get anything.
No.
You kids
You enabled
ruined
them.
my life. You never let me sleep. And I'll
didn't tell her
finally
that-
rest in peace.
No,
I didn't tell her to
I
have
want her to
kids.
leave you something, but then when you go to get it, it blows up like you did to her Sim's house.
She's like, gotcha.
It's on a detonator.
That's revenge for all the things you put me through.
Why do you think I don't want kids? I don't want my income. I know what type of kid I was.
What happened to Lupa and Gordy?
Those are my sim kids.
Your sim kids. All right, well, you've got to treat them well. Don't you have to, when you're playing Sims, don't you have to, water your kids or whatever in that game? I never played that game, but...
Feed them,
Yeah, right. Whatever you going to do.
Yeah, Gordy and Lupa's fine, but Landon, Lucas, and Logan, they all dead.
Yeah. Well, listen, if you continue the path that you're on, you're not going to have to worry about any of that stuff. So I wouldn't sweat it.
I'm not.
I would not sweat it. Your Cavaliers are off tonight. They're playing tomorrow night. They're in Atlanta to play the Hawks. I was just reading that basically they fired everyone. The entire staff of Sports Illustrated has been let go.
Oh, all those AI writers, what are they going to do?
Well, they kind of pushed back on that. Yeah, late last year, they were like, they pulled the curtain back, and people were like, yeah, there's a bunch of articles here written by people that don't exist. But the company was like, well, it's not AI, it's blah, blah, blah. But, yeah, I mean, if you're writing my thought goes to, the swimsuit issue now is just going to be AI-generated women, right? They're not going to have to get... That used to be kind of the rite of passage if you were a model of any stripe, is if you got the cover of Sports Illustrated. That was huge. That was a legendary thing. The magazine itself has been around for a long, long time, and it was kind of the gold standard for a long time. But they've basically let everyone go there, and they don't know what the future that's going to be. But boy, think about the future of the Sports Illustrated. That was the only time in the past 10 years that people paid attention to Sports Illustrated, really. Some of you might still have an SI subscription. I don't know. But the swimsuit issue was the one that people would scoop up.
I only pay attention to the nude ones.
The body issue.
Yeah, that's the only time I ever look at Sports Illustrated.
Mm-hmm.
They had Kevin Love one year, and I think I got the magazine and did.
That was ESPN magazine, I thought.
I was going to say, I don't think that's Sports Illustrated.
The body
I think that's ESPN.
Yeah, that was ESPN
That's their
magazine.
answer to the swimsuit issue.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because I used to cut it out. The only time I had scissors.
What an odd postscript. The only time I ever had scissors. Had you been accused of having scissors more than once? Are you just putting that out there publicly so people don't accuse you of having scissors multiple times?
No, it's just like I don't know if I have scissors because I never needed to use them, and so
You weren't clipping coupons?
So you're probably gonna hate me because this is like a person who
I'll never hate you.
I fold them and then I lick them and tear them apart.
Wait. Are you talking about the naked pictures of Kevin Love?
No. Any coupons I have, I don't.
Yeah.
I don't.
What do you mean you lick them?
When you fold it and then you lick it, the
lick
paper
the
rips
crease.
easier.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's a poor person thing, but we did that in my family
But
too.
paper is not hard to tear.
But it'll tear perfectly.
On a nice
like
line.
so you fold it in half and then you take your nails and you make it like a real crisp line,
Edge,
and then you lick that line and then it tears easier.
Why? Really?
I
understand the
also done
physics of it.
You never done that?
Lick a coupon?
Well, not a coupon, but like a piece of
that needs
paper.
to be
If you don't
cut
have
or ripped.
scissors,
No.
you fold it a bunch of times, then you get it a little bit wet. And then
You fold it one way, you make that crisp edge.
Mm-hmm.
You fold it the other way, reinforce that crisp edge, and then you tear it. I've never heard of licking it.
If you get it a little, I've done
I understand the
licking
physics
thing.
of it. It would just never occur to me to lick it. Then you have wet edges.
Oh,
It'll
coupon
dry.
is fine.
All right. Well, anyway, so Poundcake.
All you're
if
doing is
I'm
handing it to another person. That's
if
gonna
I'm the
touch
only
everybody's
one
money,
not,
so who cares?
If I'm not the only, or if I'm the only one not doing this, why would we hate you for the licking?
Because
Bill and Mary are on Team Lick.
Well, it's just unsanitary. Like literally,
Yeah,
you give
yeah.
someone the coupon, and then like my tongue has been on that.
I hope it's dried by then.
No, you do it in front of him.
You do it in line. He's like, here you go, half off a box of mac and cheese.
Just don't do it on a date.
Save that 10 cents.
That's right. You gotta lick it before you stick it. I got $1,000.
Well, I was talking more about the coupon thing, where Poundcake was upset because somebody used a coupon on a date.
Mm-hmm. That too.
Yeah, I still never used a coupon on a date.
Did they lick their coupon when you were on the date with them?
I don't remember.
And is it coupon or coupon?
Coupon.
Because I hear people saying both. I hear people say coupon, and for some reason that's like an ice pick in my brain. But I don't know that they're wrong.
But there's no Q.
There's no Q in a lot of things that make that sound. That's why I ask. I don't know.
I say coupon, and I'm like
a coupon.
Yeah.
I think that's a bird of paradise. I could be wrong about that. $1,000 here. It's a chance to grab this money from the Buzzard Bookie. Speaking of birds, good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Bills. That's bills. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
Alan, the death of Sports Illustrated is a boon to Poundcake because now we're going to have to rely on him fully for our sports information.
It's a lot of pressure.
Yeah. SI is no longer Sports Illustrated. It's Poundcake's sports information. Okay. Alan, my mom was a teacher, so she knew before we'd see it on television. She'd come in and tell us to turn off our alarms because we were going to get a snow day the next day. Yeah, now you get texted and emailed and, Amber alerted from the school superintendent.
Nah, man, I almost miss getting up early just to see if I could go back to bed.
Yeah, that excitement was
it's better than
the
Christmas
best.
morning.
It was, and when you finally show up, but there's also the days where your school didn't show up, and that was brutal.
Yeah,
because you woke up early, you're checking and you're just waiting, and then you finally have to go out to the bus or whatever, and it shows up, and you're like,
Well, it was
You were
funny.
just white hot with rage, weren't you?
Oh, yeah. And we're talking about, like, I can't believe they're putting our lives in danger this morning. And it wasn't bad, but it felt like an affront to my happiness.
You're
because
a personal affront to your
hated
happiness.
School. And sometimes if that happened, I'd just be like, well, I'm sick. Well, it's like, no, you're not. I'm like, yeah, I don't feel good. So you can either.
I'm sick of going to school, man.
So you can either let me stay home now, or I'll get to school and say I'm sick there, and you can come and get me.
Right. I'll put my finger down my throat after a big breakfast. And then we'll really stick it to you.
Like, fine, go
So,
to bed.
why don't you ever say, Alan, why don't you ever tell Bill how awful he was to his mom?
That's not awful.
Because he wasn't.
I was.
How was he awful to his mom?
I was keeping her from having to make a trip.
And your mom was a single mom working the graveyard shift. She's trying to sleep in the daytime, and you guys just couldn't let her do it. You couldn't leave her alone. You just always had to make yourself the center of attention when your mom's like, I'm doing this so you guys don't starve. We're getting our dog stolen. Life goes on.
So many things happening.
So many things. She's coming to school in curlers and a muumuu, and you guys don't give a fat frog's ass.
Meanwhile,
You're like,
I
"Nah,
am being
nah."
considerate, saying, hey, Mom, you don't have to go
Yeah.
to school because I'll just stay home now.
Mom, I'm saving you a trip.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if that's the same thing.
It's not the same thing. That's the whole point. Those are two very different situations. If you're asking why I don't give Bill a hard time, because he was nice to his mom.
We were nice to our mom.
Were you?
Yeah.
She's nice to you. That's not in dispute.
What's a nice thing you would do for your mom?
Tell her that we love her.
Oh, please.
big,
I don't
big,
mean
big
stage one platitudes. What's a nice thing you do for your mom when you were a
How
kid?
would you show her you loved her? Shouldn't take this long.
I'm concentrating. I have to go back several years.
Uh-huh. You're not that old. He's really, really
It's
taking a long time here. Yeah, he's
I'm
really
sure-
going
I'm
back
sure
into
we
his
did.
memory palace.
I'm sure we did something.
I mean, I'm sure you did too. It's just the fact that you can't recall a single thing is kind of underscoring my point.
We would drive highways so she didn't have to.
No, you still got to get somewhere. You were taking her, or you were all going to the same place?
Oh, no, we were leaving her at home, but we would drive highways.
Wait a second.
Because
So
we
she
went-
wasn't even in the
She
car?
wasn't even in the car. And she
Well,
had
then what
nothing
were
to
you
do with-
doing for her?
We were conquering her fears, so she didn't have to.
That's not how that works. She's not in the car, and she's not. Her conquering your fears would be her driving the highways.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't.
Like, if I'm scared of something, I don't tell somebody else to go do it, so I'll conquer my fear.
You can't think of like doing chores or anything like that without being asked or.
No. No.
You're just showing affection.
Did you get her anything for Mother's Day?
No.
Or?
No, not even for Mother's Day.
I'm sure we got her something. No! Hell no! No, I can't think of nothing. We gotta go to break. I'll think of it in the commercial break.
You what?
I'll think in the commercial break. I don't remember.
I love to. I can smell the wood burning from down here of you trying to come up with something nice you did for your mom.
I'm sure we did something.
I'm sure you did too. None of us think that you never did anything nice for your mom, but the fact that you can't conjure a single instance up immediately.
We would get her gas, but I don't like. So she didn't have to. Her car would be full, but we would use her card. So I don't know if that counts.
You'd physically go get it for
I mean, you'd
her.
make the trip.
Yeah, but it was like right up the street. Like we didn't even have to.
Now, did she ask you to do that? And you huffed and puffed your way up to fill the tank up?
I told her only if I.
Oh, it's always only if. Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Only if she put gas in my car.
Yeah,
And my car,
only if. Everything's transactional.
My car was only a 4-cylinder.
Uh-huh.
Like, it took like $20, and I could ride for the whole week. So you put gas in my car.
So
I'll
she
put gas
said,
in your
"Hey,
car."
could you go put gas in my car?"
And I said, I ain't got no gas
And you-
either.
And Nor instead of saying, of course I'll do that for you. Of course, I'd love to help you. You go, only if X, Y, and Z.
Yeah, so you didn't give your mom ultimatums?
No! I was terrified of my parents.
So I'm the only one
ultimatums.
that just gave my mom ultimatums.
I'm not saying that. You asked me if I did. Because you're trying to make it equal to everybody else, and it ain't. I'm sure there are a lot of people in your camp. But, hey, Bill, remember giving your mom a lot of ultimatums? I mean, I guess you just did. You can take me to school now and I'll vomit, or I'll stay home. That's one example. No, I was not giving my mom
That was
ultimatums.
a negotiation.
There you go.
That wasn't an ultimatum. That was just, hey, let's just make this easier on the both of us.
My parents gave me a lot of ultimatums.
Mm-hmm.
It just didn't go the other way.
I mean, I'm going to be honest. As he's trying to think of things, like I would do some stuff for my mom, but there was a lot that I could have been a way better kid on.
Well, all of us could, but
Yeah.
my parents were very much like, sorry about your luck was their parenting style. Was like, this is the way that it is. You're going to do it, or
Yes.
you're going to get beat. Like, those are your two options. You're not going to give me options because I'll whoop your ass.
Right.
Like,
That's
flat
right.
out.
That's
Which
right.
I'm not saying is like the right way to do it, but
I wasn't
it
looking.
wasn't-
I didn't want our house to have Allen-shaped holes in the far walls.
Yeah. And that was like before they got divorced. Once they got divorced, they both kind of softened a little bit, where either feeling guilty or whatever it might have been, or
Did you
withdrawing.
play the divorce card ever?
Well, it worked on my dad a lot more than it worked on my mom, because my dad left, so he felt super, super guilty. So after he left, he basically treated every day that he was with us like our birthday. Where
He's
would
like
do-
weekend dad all the time.
Yeah, whatever we wanted, he gave it to us, even if he didn't have like the money or time to do it. And my mom, I mean, it was a lot harder because she was the one who got left. You know what I mean? So she was more like struggling mentally and emotionally. So she was kind of more checked out, where she's kind of like, whatever, you're 15, you're going to do what you want anyway. But when we were kids, up until I was, when they split when I was 12, it was, these are your two options. You do what I say.
Like it or lump it.
Yeah, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
You're a kid. You don't make decisions. You don't get a say. This is what we're doing. This is what we're eating. This is where we're going. Sorry about your luck.
Yeah, it was basically similar to that, where it's like, if I have to tell your father to tell you to do this, that's when things are going to get
You're
rough.
gonna be really
So
upset, yeah.
you don't. And again, my parents weren't. My dad was just stern, and like he didn't. I mean, we got spanked a little bit, but it was more just. I don't know if it was respect or fear, but we did what he said.
A little of both.
Yeah, so a little of both. It was like, you got to do this. Now, would we do everything great? No, but we would get it done. It was just more like, we had chores that we had to do. We had responsibilities that we had to take care of. And if we didn't do that, we would get in trouble.
When you would have to do the dishes, did you leave a couple dishes in the sink and say they had to soak?
Hell no. No, we would just, when we had a chore chart.
Mormons are really into soaking, so.
A myth. Developing material about that right now. But we had a chore chart, so like somebody would have to clean up the family room, somebody would have to like do the laundry room, whatever, and dishes were always like the kiss of death, because that was the one that was constant.
Because you guys had, 5 kids?
Yeah, there's 5 kids.
Yeah, same as us, 7 people in the family.
Yeah, 7 people in the house, and none of us were like, we'll use a cup and then put it in the dishwasher or wash it ourselves. It was just like, use a cup, throw it in the sink, somebody else's problem for later. And so loading the dishwasher, which still only took a few minutes, felt like it took a lifetime.
See, we just switched to paper everything. Paper plate.
Throw it away
plastic
when you're
cup,
done.
Exactly.
That sounds expensive, though, after
But then having to take the trash out, like it would be like, it's your day for the trash, and you have to take the trash out, and it would be
dripping.
No, not dripping, but it'd be like overflowing.
Yeah.
So you have to like stamp it all down, like just push it all down. Hope there's no broken glass in there that's gonna cut your hand.
The last letter is that you taught me respect, and for the room up in heaven that I know she'll get. Mother, there is no other like mother, so treat her right.
Poundcake not taking his cues from
Mr. T.
Larry T. I got a break here. If you want to send me a text, 35192 for anything along there. You can email at alancoxshow.com and watch live if you want, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS and everywhere you go on our free iHeart Radio app. There are many harsh lessons to be learned from the gambling experience.
WMMS.com/RADIO.
Portions of the following program were pre-recorded.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Bath Authority Studios.
The Buzzard.
The home of the Buzzard.
Buzzard.
This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland.
Traffic can't stop away. Can't stop away.
All right, I got one more pair of tickets for you this week to see Tesla. They're on the Keeping It Real tour. Gets them to Cleveland the night before St. Patty's Day, Saturday, March 16th. They'll do the MGM Northfield Park stage. Ticketmaster.com has got all the info for you. If you strike out here, you can buy your tickets there too. Last two here for Tesla. Wanna go check them out? Call 10. These are yours. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
What feels great to do is absolutely free, can be done by yourself, and yet no one ever mentions it.
It's the Alan Cox Show
On the Buzzard.
WMMS.
Here's a little gal that I know you're going to really learn to love. She ain't no dumb blonde, though. Pretty Miss Dolly Parton. How about
Just because I'm blonde, don't think I'm dumb, 'cause this dumb blonde ain't nobody's fool. Jolene, 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 will always love you. Islands in the stream. Thank you, Kitty.
Dolly
What a great
Parton,
honor.
you are now and forever a member of the Country Music Hall of Fame.
Here you come again, working 9 to 5. What a way to make a living.
It is my pleasure to induct you into the Rock and Roll Hall of
I'm a rock star now.
Is that Pink who inducted Dolly Parton into the Rock Hall?
I think so.
I didn't watch it when she got in, and I didn't see who did, but it sounded like Pink. Dolly Parton, 78 today. And because she's always thinking of the fans, of course, she gives you the presents. You know, she put out this, well, it's what got her into the Rock Hall there. She put out this rock star album. Once they said they wanted to put her in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, you'll recall that she initially rebuffed their indication they were going to put her in. She said she hadn't earned it. So she went through her Rolodex and basically slapped a rock album together and figured every song I'm gonna do them all now because I ain't going back to it. So she put out this album with like 30 goddamn songs on it or something. And even that wasn't all of them. She collaborated with basically everybody. There's Kid Rock, and I think MGK's on it, and Aerosmith, all these people. So for her birthday today, if you are a fan of her, or maybe you had that album, she's dropping 4 previously unreleased songs today. That now imagine, because this always sounds like fun. If your favorite artist drops some stuff that you haven't heard, you go, great. But you also have to think, oh, this is stuff that they didn't think was good enough to put on the first thing. For whatever reason, sometimes it could be a timing issue. But I always think of it in terms of, oh, this is stuff that they didn't think might have lived up to their standards. Anyway, if you're a Dolly Parton fan, for her birthday today, she's giving you 4 unreleased songs that would have been on that Rockstar album and didn't make it. But I assumed that Dolly Parton was a billionaire. She gives away a lot of her money. She's one of the most philanthropic artists out there. But I assumed that over the course of her long, long career and all the things that she's kind of had her hands in over the years, that she would have been. But she's not. Well, Poundcake will be crestfallen to find out that she's not a billionaire. She's worth a mere $700 million.
Not even worth it.
I mean, I can't believe I even mentioned her.
What a way to make a living.
Now, I just want to ask, I don't know if I'm crazy or not, but if she died and she was worth $999 million, do you think someone would just give her an extra million? Just
well,
so
but isn't, I mean,
why would you give someone that's dead anything?
No, right before she died. Like right before she
on
died.
her deathbed?
Yeah, she's like.
She would make that the next day.
She also doesn't strike me as somebody who that would mean anything to her. No. You know what I mean? She's probably going to give most of. She never had kids.
Right.
If she's cleaner, you would round up anyways.
Right. So who's going to say that she only has that much? They're going to say she's got $1 billion.
Well, that's why I wanted to ask if I was crazy.
And
Annoying is more than.
Well, yeah, I can be annoying, but I that just bothers me. I like nice whole numbers.
Yeah. He sure does. He likes nice round whole numbers. No, but net worth is such a fluid thing anyway that I always assume if somebody told Dolly Parton, "Hey, the interwebs say that you're worth $700 million," she'd probably laugh you out of the room. But then again, you're like, well, I don't know anything about her financial standing. It's just that she's been around for a long, long time.
Yeah, I just want to know. Again, I'm nosy. I want to know how they like their expenses versus what they bring in. Like they're like, okay, I made a bunch of money this year, but I have a house that literally sucks up all my money.
Well, no, but I was reading an article that would kind of put it in interesting terms. They were talking about this massive inequality in society, and they were saying, ironically, for people who are super wealthy, life is basically free.
I believe that.
Because nothing cuts into their net worth. Anything they spend, they'd make 10 times over the next day, just letting, so they're like, so for people who are super, super rich, it's like everything in life is free because money's just not
an
issue.
object, yeah.
It's not anything they ever think about.
That would be nice.
That would be nice. Only from the standpoint that you could give so much of it to other people. And that's kind of what Dolly Parton does. And so since she has no children, I have to imagine that that's probably a woman who's like, upon my death.
Well, she's already pretty philanthropic towards like children's hospitals, and she's got that reading club or whatever where she sends kids books all the time. So she's already doing that stuff while she's alive. So I imagine, that she's going to continue that when she passes.
I wonder if she would give her name to a breast augmentation center. Like scientists or people in academic communities, they'll pay a lot of money to get their name on like the wing of a university if they're an alum or something like that. And I can't see her paying that, but there has to be a place that's like, hey.
I think she should set up a charity for people that need boobs that can't afford them. Boobs for bums.
Why are they bums? You mean unhoused women who are out there?
Yeah, bums.
I don't have a place for you to
stay.
stay.
The alliteration of it is much better than, Hooters for houseless.
Hooters for the homeless. Yeah. There you go. Boobs for bums. I mean, first of all, I believe bum is not the preferred nomenclature these days.
If you're getting free boobs, you're not going to be all that worried about it. You're not going to be a bum for long.
What's that going to do for you? You're all covered up because it's wintertime. Nobody can see your new cans. You got to wait until summertime to start cashing in on those.
I think you make excuses to show off your boobs.
You'll find a way to get those.
If you're a homeless woman,
yeah.
I mean, if you're mentally ill, she's going to stand out there just showing them off anyway.
Right. And then people are going to be like, here's $1. And then before you know it, she got a lot of dollars. Not homeless anymore.
Do you think in the medical community, let's put this through the prism of real life, do you think in the medical community there's anything unethical or considered unethical about that? If you were to give a homeless woman new breasts, because you're not giving her a place to live,
You're giving her the resources she needs to get a place to live.
Okay. What'd you say, Mary?
Well, she's not paying for them.
Right.
You're saying as like a, hey, it's
This'll
like when
help
you
you
see
out.
those barbers on TikTok giving homeless people haircuts. It's like, yes, that'll make them look more presentable maybe to go get a job.
For a few weeks.
Or something. But I don't know.
That's what I'm saying. This is something that's purely cosmetic, has nothing to do with your day-to-day life.
And now I was going to say maybe the clothes that they have won't even fit them anymore.
Thanks
You know what I mean?
Now this garbage bag is too small. Wow. It's a wild world. But Dolly Parton's out there doing things for people and living her life. Now Madonna, on the other hand, is having a tough time because Madonna, I played you that clip last week of that show of hers in Toronto where she said, "Are you ready, Boston?" She was not in Boston. She's being sued now because she's coming out so late at these shows. This is kind of a thing back in the day where you were used to people showing up late. Axl Rose would famously walk out there 90 minutes late and people didn't care because they knew that was kind of part of it. And he was hammered and whatever. So these dudes are suing. I don't know if they're suing Madonna, but they're suing Live Nation, which is the promotional company that's putting her tour on. Did she come here or is she coming here?
I thought she got rescheduled.
Did she?
And
Madonna at the Romo Fijo?
Yeah.
And she showed up. These two dudes showed up, said that she showed up 2 hours late. February 8th, I think is what this says, for Madonna in Cleveland. So if the show is at 8, maybe show up at 9:15. I don't know, unless she gets it together. My thought is, Madonna's not a young lady anymore. And she's probably back there with, like, IVs in her. And there's probably some pre-show stuff, quite literally, that she does because then she's got to go out there and run around.
Like she's sleeping until it's time for her to go on stage.
Well, I don't know about that, but, yeah, they're, coffee enema or I don't know, liquid IV. So a couple of dudes are like, we're suing because it constitutes false advertising, blatant false advertising. The show was set to go at 8:30, and she didn't show up till 10. She didn't start till 10:30. Didn't start.
Ugh,
So if she's got somebody in front, and again, the thing is, like, it is a waste of your time. And it's not like people are really excited. They don't leave because they're so excited to see Madonna. They don't leave because they already bought the ticket. Right? Like, if you go somewhere, have you ever left a concert because it took too long to get going?
No.
I don't think I have either.
But
it feels like something I would do, but I don't think that I ever have.
There's not any person that I've ever gone to see where it started super late.
Oh, God, I saw Monsters of Rock 100 years ago, and Axl Rose came out. It was like Metallica and Guns N' Roses, I think. And Axl Rose showed up like an hour and 45 minutes. And I was there for Metallica. I had never seen Guns N' Roses. So I was like, well, I'd like to see these guys because, they were hot shrimp. And I was like, oh, this would be pretty cool. I was like, come on.
It's just rude.
Stay for like 2 songs.
Like, I get it if you've got something going on. But I don't. You're a friggin' rock star, dude. You plan tours a year in advance. I mean, unless
you know what you got to do
your
that day.
Flight, something happens with the airplane. Like, it's got to be a super extenuating circumstance. But these people who are, like, notorious for coming out late, I'm like, bro.
Like Mariah Carey, Lady Gaga, like
these people
all the
paid
divas.
to get babysitters, to buy your tickets, to come here, to support you. They've been supporting you for years. Like, the least you can do is show up on time.
Especially with due respect to Madonna, especially if you're an artist where your core audience is like in their 50s.
Yeah, they got to be home, man.
They got to work in the morning. Like, they got lives to lead.
They're one late night a year. Don't make it
The
worse.
tickets, tickets are already $400 or whatever, and then you're standing there for 2 hours.
You're at the venue, and like any other maybe once in a while being late would be understandable, but otherwise it's just like Mary said, it's incredibly rude, but also just lazy. Like, get out there and do the show. You have one thing to do that day. It's
That's
the
what
show.
I mean. It's it. That's all you got going on.
You've been in the hotel room the rest of the day.
She's not doing press. You know what I mean? She's not
Right.
throwing out first pitches. Like, she's got nothing else going on.
Well, at this particular show that these guys were complaining about, they were told that the delay was because of sound issues. Except other people go, well, Madonna has a long history of not starting on time, so
You should know better.
But that's not an excuse either. Like, listen, if you want to see her and you go, yeah, she notoriously walks out late, fine. Okay, fine. And these guys, they're not going to get anything. I mean, they're filing this suit. I can't imagine anything comes of it. Because if you look on the back of your ticket,
it does say
there's 2-point font fine print that indemnifies everybody from everything. So it's not like they're going to dock Madonna's pay. You walked out there 2 hours late. Madge. Sorry. I don't even know if she has an opener. It's probably An Evening with Madonna.
So Mariah Carey, when she was here, she just had a DJ that played all her hits. And then he was like, hyped up the crowd. You guys ready for Mariah? The icon, the queen, the diva? And we're like, yeah. And then Mariah came out. It was on time.
It's like that DJ Chris Rock had a few years ago here in Cleveland. The guy's up there playing. We're like, oh, is he coming out?
I don't think Celine had a opener either. That was like her first tour out of her residency. Ariana Grande had an opener. Justin Bieber had a bunch of openers.
But I would imagine more frequently than not, Madonna's probably back there literally like they have an IV in her, or I picture her getting a last-minute tune-up like Katherine Hellman in the movie Brazil, where they're just the skin's getting pulled back
over her face.
That's what Madonna's doing pre-show.
Tightening everything up.
Yep. I mean, she's 65 years old. God bless her. Just to still get out there and do it at all. But
she didn't have to. She was supposed to have her biopic come out this year, wasn't she?
No clue.
They canceled. Because we talked about it on the show. They had the girl already cast as Madonna. And I thought they were in production. And then when they found out that Madonna was going back on tour, they were like, "Well, this is going to be on the back burner because she can't do press for her biopic and go on tour at the same time." So
and it's just not
kicking back.
It's not 1986 anymore, right? Back when you were like, okay, she's late, or Guns N' Roses is late, but my tickets were $20.
Right.
Now you're
People are paying hundreds of dollars.
You're standing there with a thumb up your ass, and the tickets are $300. Cost you $50 to park.
And then you get a beer, $18. Forget about it.
And there's
you're seeing a 65-year-old Madonna.
Right.
Right. It's not the true blue Dweezil guitar Madonna.
I would see Madonna for free. I would not.
You'd see her for free? What do you mean?
Oh,
if somebody gave you a ticket.
Yeah, there's some artists I wouldn't even see for free. I don't care to go. Like when Lizzo came here, I got offered tickets, and I was.
You weren't curious?
No, because I was like, I'm not a big enough fit. I don't want to take these free tickets and just like not be interested in the artist at all. Like I would feel bad for someone who really does want to go because they were decent seats, and I'm like, nope, just give them to somebody else because I'm.
Did they, or did they just go unused?
No, I think they give them to somebody else.
Did they? Yeah.
But like no, I like some of Lizzo's songs, but I don't care enough to see her live. So even if for free, I'm like, I feel bad because there's someone out there that's a super fan, and I'm just there with my arms crossed.
So as far as
nodding.
her show was concerned, you were 0% that bitch.
Correct.
All right, I got a break. Hey, want more money? I got $1,000 for you, specifically at 3:30. Next keyword coming to grab that money from the Buzzard bookie.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeart Radio app and your
shouldn't be in prison.
58 years in prison for a crime he didn't commit. So glad you're home.
If you want to be part of this work, listen to Wrongful Conviction.
The podcast where we hand the mic to innocent people to hear their stories.
How do you send someone innocent to prison when you know I didn't do this?
Listen to new episodes of Wrongful Conviction with Maggie Freeling and Jason Flom on the iHeart Radio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
It's time to give stuff away.
All right, I want to go see the new Matthew Vaughn film. It's called Argyle. You might have seen the trailer for it. He's the guy behind the Kingsman movies and Kick-Ass. And this one looks pretty good. It's like an action spy comedy. Henry Cavill and Bryan Cranston and Dua Lipa. Samuel L. Jackson, a lot of the usual suspects. Sam Rockwell. Looks fun. It's going to be everywhere Friday, February 2nd. That is 2 weeks from today, but we're going to do a sneak preview of it a couple of nights prior. So Tuesday, the 30th of this month, out at Cinemark Valley View, we're going to screen Argyle. You'll see it before everybody else. So if you want to go, you and a pal, be caller 10. 216-578-1007 to get them, or 800-348-1007.
Did you miss us? 'Cause we missed you. Well, not Jerry from Willoughby, but the rest of you.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
I've got another $1,000 for you. A chance to grab it. Put $1,000 in your pocket. Going into the weekend from the Buzzard Bookie. So 10 minutes from now, you'll get that next keyword. And then 4:30 and 5:30 are going to be your last two chances to win for the week. And it will begin all over again Monday morning with RMG. I think at the 9 o'clock hour might be that first keyword. We'll get to the Bill Squire Friday Get Down later on.
We just do it now. Get the weekend started.
And Mary and I were texting in the break, and she goes, could you please ask Bill to do the Get Down when we come back and then do it again at its normal time?
On
and I said, let me handle this, Mary.
You never said that.
And I said, I know we're going to come back, and you're going to deny saying it.
No.
And she's predicted as promised, asked and answered.
You remember the quiet one, Mary?
A quiet one.
It was like one of the worst days of my life.
The ASMR Get Down is not for you.
He held me on his lap.
Yeah.
Forcefully.
Mm-hmm. Well, is there any other way to hold someone in your lap? You don't want him
Gently?
getting away. You don't want him getting away.
I was
It might
caring.
have been worse, honestly,
It was very
if it
caring.
was gentle.
It was kind of
When
gentle.
I think about it.
I was holding you like a bird. I wasn't crushing you,
Well,
but I wasn't letting you get away.
Mary, I was going to ask you, which is worse, forcefully or gently?
Probably gently.
Yeah. I'll do that to just make my wife go through the roof, is I'll stroke her forearm. Like, she hates being petted. So I'll do like this light, Bill likes a light touch, right? Or somebody likes...
Oh, I like to apply a light touch to the people that like a light touch.
A light touch.
Some people like a little...
Gwen does not like a
little
light
force.
touch,
Some
boy.
people like
Yep.
it just ever so slight.
That's right. I got to get all in there.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. The light touch. Not for her. Hey, thank you again to Eric, who is one of our bureau chiefs. He's out there in Penn Hills in the Pittsburgh metropolitan area. He was the one that left me the message about Alan Almond. And the late Alan Almond. He was like, you talked about it when he died. And I'm like, I'm sure I did, but I hadn't thought about the guy since then. But he listens on the iHeart Radio app. If you are one of our out-of-state bureau chiefs, tell me where you do that. I heard from Jeff the trucker, who's living out in Yuma, Arizona, and listening there. Marty is in Palm City, Florida. Taylor listens in Rexburg, Idaho. Rodney is in Garland, Texas. Colleen's in Santa Fe, New Mexico. In total, 756 bureau chiefs, people who listen to this program regularly because of the iHeartRadio app. And so thanks for doing that if you do. And, of course, we have the map back here. I'll have to add, we've already got people in Yuma, so I'll just, he'll be part of that cluster there. Cavaliers are off tonight. They gave the Bucks a walloping the other night. Wednesday night was that one. A 40-point win. They are headed to Atlanta. If travel isn't messed, they're probably already there, yeah? They probably
Yeah, I imagine
have
they
moved
probably
some
got down
things
there.
around so they could make sure they were there on time. They'll play the Hawks tomorrow night. You'll hear that on the Buzzard. That is a 7:30 start. And then immediately following is our metal show. It's called 2 hours to midnight. It probably won't start straight up 10 o'clock, but it'll be immediately after the Cavaliers game tomorrow night. And it's just 2 hours of metal. And it's a lot of fun. It's me, it's Corey Roddick, it's Pat Butler, and it's a blast. So we will perform that for you tomorrow evening. And then Sunday morning, neither rain, nor sleet, nor snow, nor anything in between would keep Poundcake and Bill from being in here on Sunday morning to host the Week in Cox for you.
Can't stop us. Can't stop, won't stop.
That's
Okay,
right.
you're going to have to sleepovers because you're afraid to park on the street?
Possibly, but I don't get a spot at your house.
I got a spot in the garage you can use.
Oh, well, okay.
Yeah, do you have to? You're going to have to park on the street tonight, right, Cody?
Unless I stay the night. Unless I stay the night at my friend's house.
Yeah, any chance you're going to do that
$45 a
again?
night. Can't beat that price.
No, I'm
All right, there's other ways we can work something out.
You're going to ask me to put out?
No! I was going to have you clean something.
I was going to say, why does he go to you putting out?
That Mary thought so too.
I did.
Well, it's because she
you
doesn't
guys are
like a gentle
perverted.
touch. Yeah.
We're perverted. We are perverted. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you were the one that said putting
we'll
out.
work something out. I didn't say you got to earn it. I didn't say anything salacious. I think I want your dusty old butt.
Oh, Poundcake.
Again, I am hot. This is the best I've ever looked. So,
Hey, dude, listen, you could be the hottest man. Still not what I'm after.
I don't know about that. I think you sleeping with the hottest man, like the hottest man, that's still like a 10. I don't think anyone would judge you for sleeping with like.
I'm not worried
Zac
about people
Efron.
judging me. I don't do.
I don't know, Bill. Maybe you just haven't met the right man.
$45.
No, I'll sleep over my friend's house.
Huh. There's so many options. All of them involve you not putting out for Bill. And at
I
some
don't need
point,
him to put out for me.
At some point, he's going to start to take. Bill, I'll handle this. At some point, he's going to start to take that personally.
Well, I don't think it will make things awkward at work. And
with him in here
Got
and
some
you down
sanding
there,
and painting you can do.
you got some what?
Sanding and painting.
Sanding and painting.
Yeah.
You think Poundcake's ever painted a day in his life?
He can learn.
I have.
Have you?
Sure, I have.
What did you paint?
I helped paint like the side of my mom's house. I've painted.
So you did do something nice for your mom. How could you not conjure that earlier?
I forgot.
Ah.
But that wasn't when he was a kid either, I'm guessing.
Yes, it was.
Okay.
Yeah, it was.
There you go.
It was when I was a kid. I got to use the little rolly brush thingy.
The roller.
Yeah.
He sounds like a professional painter to me.
It's not even a brush. A rolly brush.
It's a roller. And
Yeah.
put the paint on there. It was cool.
Okay. You did something nice for your mom.
Y'all the ones that are all like always assume the worst.
Okay. Alan, did you see they indicted Alec Baldwin? I did see that, and I got to tell you, I still don't understand what his culpability is allegedly supposed to be in this shooting. He sat before a grand jury in New Mexico, and they indicted him. So now he's got to go to trial. I don't understand this. I don't get... People remember this, right? 2021, he killed this camera woman because the gun, the prop gun, had live rounds in it. And we all saw the video and the pictures of him, like, in the immediate aftermath of this, and he's just sobbing and blah, blah, blah. He's talking to somebody, probably called his lawyers or his manager or something. And I can't believe it's gotten this far. I don't understand what they're charging him with. Because the girl, they determined that the girl who was the armorer, the person in charge of the firearms on this film set, was inexperienced and wasn't doing... They charged her with involuntary manslaughter. But the Alec Baldwin thing, I mean, I know he's a producer on the film, but I just don't understand what they're charging him with. Somebody hands you, someone who's trusted to do their job properly, and they hand you what they refer to as a cold gun, right? There's no live ammunition in it. And there's video of that day on the set where it looked like he's taking every precaution with this camera woman and other people there on set to make sure that nothing goes awry. And he ended up killing the DP, I think. I don't know if she was the director or she was just the DP there, but
Don't you think
they've indicted him, and so now he'll go to trial for this, where I would imagine he might be found not guilty, but I don't understand it. I'm surprised it's gotten this far.
I heard that did we talk about that this may be a setup for him?
How so?
Because I thought he was like an executive producer on this movie, and it was part of his job to come up with, the unions or whatever that certify these things and make sure everything's safe. And I think he cut corners, and someone that was in the union got on the inside and set him up for this. That's what I heard.
Set him up? Put a bullet in a gun to kill someone?
Purposely didn't follow regulations. You're trying to cut corners and cut people out of their jobs. So this is what happens when you don't use a union.
Yeah, I think I remember what you're talking about, but boy, does that seem like a stretch.
Well,
clearly this grand jury heard something that led them to indict.
So, I mean, he has part responsibility if he was the one that was handling budgets. Like when you're an EP, that means you have a stake in the movie.
Well, that's what I mean. Right. So yes, he's one of the big bosses. But again, it seemed like, listen, even if you don't hire union people, you're supposed to hire someone who has a track record of doing what they're supposed to be doing.
Probably a scab.
Especially if that's the gig.
Yeah, it was probably a person rather than a group of people.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, maybe that's the conclusion they came to. Maybe that's what all of this is.
You pay one person a lot of money, but it's still less than what you would pay, 30, 40 people that work and make sure the environment is safe and complies with regulations. So they got him.
Yeah, because initially they were like, well, we don't have enough to charge him with involuntary manslaughter like that other woman. So I guess they're looking at negligence. I don't know what.
I mean, but when you think about it, so if the scenario were someone driving a car and you accidentally hit someone, they weren't in the crosswalk, but pedestrians always have the right of way. So if they're walking out in the middle of the street and you hit them, you didn't mean to hit them, but that's still vehicular manslaughter, and you can go to prison for that. It was an accident, but people get charged for that. What's the difference?
Well, because it requires a jury to find you culpable, and a lot of times that doesn't happen because they do realize. So it's legally you could be charged with something, but by the time it gets to trial, you're not going to find a jury that's going to go, oh, yeah, he meant to do that. So maybe it is negligent. I don't know. I mean, it's not everywhere that pedestrians have the right of way, I don't think. I mean,
not on the highway, but I'm saying if you're driving down a street and you're going 25 miles per hour, and then someone is not paying attention, looking at their phone, and they walk in the middle of the street.
Well, that's a different thing. If you're on your phone, then you're...
If they're not paying attention, it's the burden of proof would be to prove that you weren't paying attention in your car. Like if you live in Los Angeles, they have the pedestrian right-of-way laws, which means no matter where someone is, they can just walk into the road and you have to stop. So, but not every place is like that. So I don't know. Anyway, I guess I thought that this thing was already done. I thought that maybe that was just the involuntary manslaughter. We're talking about what's that?
I think it's just a shakedown. I think he'll pay a bunch of money and it'll all go away.
But who does he pay the money to? If somebody's shaking him down,
that's not a civil case.
If somebody was shaking him down or trying to teach him a lesson about not hiring union, this doesn't financially benefit them. He'd pay his lawyers, and he would pay the family of the dead woman.
But what city, what county is this jury? Is this county?
It's like New Mexico. It's like Albuquerque. Or
so
something.
Yeah, he has to go back to New Mexico, and it's going to be a lot of fanfare, and it goes back into the community.
What?
The trial. If the trial carries on.
But what's the shakedown part?
He'll have to buy a hotel there. He'll be within the city during the trial.
You think that the entire city of Albuquerque, New Mexico, conspired to get hotel money out of Alec Baldwin by killing a woman?
But not just hotel money out of Alec Baldwin, but the Alec Baldwin.
I let it go. He knows who it is.
Alec Baldwin. But the press will be there. A bunch of people will be there. It's just I don't know, it's big press for the city.
Right,
I
but
don't
there's
think that's
always
that
but
outlandish.
there's always something filming in Albuquerque. So they're not. This is not like a cool, fun thing for them. You know what I mean?
But
like,
don't you remember how popular it was when Johnny Depp and Amber Heard had their trial in whatever city it was in, what was it, Virginia?
yeah, because they're probably not filming things there all the time.
And it was a lot of press. That got a lot.
And she pooped in his bed, so that was the headline for a lot of those stories.
That court in that county like had hotels booked and.
Okay, so you think this is?
Yeah, this is a great theory.
But because he didn't use unions, the courts and hotel industry of Albuquerque teamed up.
By the way, many of which are not unionized.
To frame or to set up Alec Baldwin in this situation.
Yes.
All right.
I think he might have nailed it here. Could you be any way that you could get yourself in there as a some kind of court consultant or
like the guy that types the.
No, not the.
No,
stenographer. No, not.
I was gonna ask him what it's called.
He would never arrive at stenographer.
The stenographer, yeah.
Stenographer. There you go. Yeah, that's the person who arranges the flowers in the courtroom. Ow! Ow! Talking about those guys suing Live Nation over Madonna showing up 2 hours late. Well, let me give his money here first. I won't blow past this because I did promise it. It's $1,000 from the Buzzard bookie. Good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Check. That's check. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
Buddy of mine sends me the story because he knows the guy. A guy in Chicago named Nico D'Ambrosio. I don't know the guy, but I guess he's a friend of a friend or an acquaintance or a coworker or something. It's a guy in his early 30s who is suing. He's taking legal action against 27 women, and he wants $75 million in damages after they wrote negative reviews about him on a Facebook page called "Are We Dating the Same Guy?"
Oh, I've heard of this.
You know how like businesses get mad when they got left negative Yelp reviews and some of the owners
but this page
would scream at,
This page does ruin people's lives. But
well, he says that these women harmed his reputation.
Yeah.
Now, if 27 women are doing it, maybe you are the problem.
No, they should just pay him $230 million and hire him on the Browns.
$75 million. Mary Santora, hot take.
You like that?
I like that. So he's suing these women. He said that it has harmed his reputation.
That's a big page on Facebook.
But also, it's not like these people were like, he pushed me into a wall. They were like, yeah, he's kind of clingy, and he ghosted me, and I matched with him, but the conversation never went anywhere. It's like the guy's a dud, and it's the most mundane criticisms whatsoever of this guy.
So these are just, like, they're not even getting into full-blown relationships.
Right.
They're just talking to the same guy.
Right, or went on dates with him. And it didn't gel.
Yeah.
He ghosted. I didn't hear from him again. We met organically in Chicago 2.5 months ago. Very clingy, very fast. Flaunted money very awkwardly and kept talking about how I didn't want to see his bad side. So he's one of these guys,
so he
right?
sucks.
He's like, yeah,
It does
he's
sound
like
like he sucks.
trying to be a badass, but,
You don't want to see my bad side.
Right.
You wouldn't like me when I get angry.
I'm like Ice Buddy. He's probably like 5'5".
Hey.
Mary's type,
Wait, is he a fat ginger?
Yeah, right.
Oh, he's...
Well, that's Mary's type.
So this guy suing 27 women in the Northern District of Illinois, and he wants $75 million because of these bad reviews they gave him on this Facebook page.
Yeah.
I guess my buddy knows this guy somehow.
Did you ask him how he is as a person?
No, because I think we're seeing how he is as a person. I mean,
Yeah, but
no, because I don't care. I just thought it was a funny story.
It is a funny story.
I was gonna say girls have had to deal with this for a while because there was like guys who like check out ratethiswhore.com or whatever. I don't know the website, but like
Ratethiswhore.com.
Like,
You better see if that's available, and if not, you should register it.
no, I don't want anything to do with that. Those people get sued all the time.
He's
But,
like, ah, damn it, I have to do ratethiswhore.biz.
But they'll literally post a picture of a girl and they'll be like, does anyone know this whore? And then, they put her Facebook page and her Instagram page. Like, it's awful what they do. So, I mean, this is just like the man version.
In his legal documents, he shared that he met a woman at a cultural event in Chicago, and they had consensual sex that same night. And they went on a few ordinary dates, but after that, it was never exclusive. So he's trying to make it sound like, yeah, these are just jealous hoes who can't have me. So a lot of these women apparently, and listen, this guy's not alone in this. There's a lot of dudes that get blown up by multiple people on these kinds of, pages on Facebook or ratethishoes.com, maybe even. So see what happens. I call this, Bill, getting the Indiana Jones treatment.
Why is that?
Bad dates.
That's so stupid. I've got to take a break here. If you want to send a text, 35192, AlanCoxShow.com for everything else, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go.
bass. Vision, dreams of passion. And all the while I think of you. A very strange reaction. The more I see, the more I do. Baby.
I think this is a song about driving in the snow. White Lines, Grandmaster Flash? Yeah. If I'm not mistaken. Pretty sure.
Ticket to ride, White Line Highway. Tell all your friends they can go.
Yeah, White Line Highway. It's about driving in the snow. Pretty sure. You think it's what?
I said I think so.
Yeah. Up your nose.
Maybe not.
If you slide in the snow, you could get into a crash and something will go up your nose. Pretty sure this is about driving in the snow. Yeah, blow. It's about
No blowing.
it's about snow drifts and things. Freebase. That.
This might be about drugs.
What?
What?
I'm pretty sure it's about driving in the snow. It's one of my favorite winter songs. See?
Oh, he didn't say snow.
And now I'm having fun, baby.
Baby.
Of the winter activities you can do.
Yes, indeed. Well, that's the thing. There's a lot of stuff going on this weekend in the midst of all this weather and these weather warnings and all that. They got that Guardians Fest tomorrow. And then the Cleveland.
They do that in January every year.
What's that?
I know it's like a thing to play in this. It's kind of cool. Like they do winter fests and things like that. But I'm like, it's just so cool.
Well, it's at the convention center. It's inside.
What am I thinking of when they do the party outside in like the alleyway?
Yeah, that's like in the spring, right?
But it's always
No,
cold.
that's Winterfest. That's
No. It's for the team. It's for the baseball team. They party in that like rally alley.
Rally alley, yeah.
Between the Romo Fijo and where the parking garage is and the field is.
Yeah.
Oh.
Do you know what is that called? They do it every single year.
I thought that was called Guardians Fest too, but this thing is at the convention center.
I don't think they've done it like that in a long time.
Really?
I don't think so.
I
Because they've
thought
been
that
doing it
was
at the
like
convention center.
kickoff to the season every
But
year.
it's been like the convention center for the past 5 or 6 since the convention center's been around.
They have the Home Show and Guardians Fest at the convention center. The Monsters are playing Romo Fijo tonight and tomorrow. The Cleveland Boat Show at the IX Center.
Did a fun little video. You can go to WMMS.com to check that out.
How did that go with the lady captain?
Jeanette?
Yeah,
it was great. We have a good time.
So as of now, all these events are happening. So it's going to be, aside from the weather, it's going to be kind of real hairy getting around.
There's a Monsters game tonight?
Monsters game tonight and tomorrow.
I'll be at that game.
You will?
Yes.
Free ticket?
Of course.
Okay. That's all right. Boy, Owen and Willoughby, he left a message for Poundcake. Owen and Willoughby's always mad about something.
I'll be in Willoughby in March.
Well, make sure Owen knows.
Damn, Poundcake. You got unhoused relatives living in their cars, and you don't have any room for them in your apartment. Damn, that's cold. Damn, that's cold, man. Damn. Just wow. Oh, man. Well, hey, praise Jesus. Love to you, brother. Peace.
Yeah. Sounds like you really took that personally. You're not related to him, are you?
No.
Oh, okay. I think he was taking it personally. I was reading, there's a lot of, it is funny because along those lines, I've seen a couple of stories in as many days about people getting into trouble, specifically pastors getting into trouble because they're letting people in their churches so that they don't freeze to death. It would seem to be right in the wheelhouse of what local church organizations are trying to do. Except they're getting into trouble because they don't have the right permits.
Who is tattling?
Bro, people don't like homeless people or poor people. Like,
But if you're collecting them all in church, you're not looking.
So
most
they
people
don't die.
It's supposed
Yeah.
to be a safe haven too.
No, people don't wanna
A lot
go-
of churches are open 24/7.
No,
not
that's
anymore.
over. That's
over?
long
been
gone.
Long gone.
Church people.
15 years.
I was like, I haven't been to church in probably 15 years, actually, since I was in college, so that makes sense.
I'm not going to generalize all church people, but I will say I know some church people that if they walked in Sunday morning and it stunk, or like, this don't smell like a house of God.
Those are
Like,
church. Those might be church people, but those aren't the pastors running the church. These people are saying, I don't want people in our community to freeze to death. Edwardsville, Illinois, it's right on the border. It's technically suburban St. Louis, is getting fined $800 a day for offering warming centers for homeless people because they don't have the right permits.
That's so upsetting.
Well, it is. It is modern religion these days too, right?
Fined by who?
The city of Edwardsville, Illinois.
So the city is out here inspecting.
They're going, hey,
churches? People
are telling on
you
them.
don't have permits.
That's so unbelievably frustrating.
I had assumed, apparently wrongly, that people in this neighborhood would have been happy to help the other people in Edwards. These are people that live here. They're not coming from anywhere else. They're people in the community.
It's been a long time since you could walk into a church at 3 in the morning.
I thought that was like a thing forever. I thought it was like one of their big things.
Maybe
it used to be.
I would say, maybe for like Catholics. I don't know any of the Baptist church that was like open 24/7, but you used to have like what was it? A Catholic priest in there to do confessional. You can't do
Yeah, because the
confessional.
rectory is right next door. Well, I mean, they weren't doing confession at 2 in the morning, but it used to
I thought
be.
it was just a place you could go.
You could go in
when
there.
you were down on your luck
Yeah.
and needed some help.
That's in the movies.
Maybe that's what I'm thinking.
Because people be taking dumps on the floor like, well, I couldn't find a bathroom.
Well, that was part of it. As I mean, yeah,
People ruined
as
stuff.
those situations got worse.
Making
I
it
think
the outhouse of the Lord.
it became a security issue for a lot of these places. So you can't necessarily fault them for that. But there's a city in Ohio called Milwaukee, Ohio. Do you know where Milwaukee, Ohio is?
Do not.
That is maybe Toledo area. Where's Bryan, Ohio? That might be
That's
north.
out past Toledo, yeah.
Okay.
Toward Michigan.
Well, it's out that way. And it's another, there's a pastor is being charged for offering shelter from the city.
This is really like this.
Because he's like, I don't want people to freeze to death. So I brought them in, and the town is mad. Just like Jesus wanted. You know, low double-digit temperatures, and the guy's like, I'm just trying to bring people in here so they don't die. Because a lot of people die. A lot of people die outside.
Well.
And so this pastor in Milwaukee, Ohio, said that the local homeless shelters were packed. And so he's taken zoning violations every day. The city's probably like, if we let you help people, then everybody else is going to want to help people. And we can't have that. So he had to go to court because he was keeping his church open 24/7. Ohio law prohibits residential use in first-floor buildings in a business district.
If they don't have a law, they make something up.
Just like in Leviticus. What?
I said if they don't have a law, they'll just make something up. Or they'll make a law that's on the books and then make it seem like it pertains to this. Like, oh, yeah, you don't know that? Section 4651 of this one. And, yeah, now homeless people can't sleep on our floor.
They can make religions tax exempt, but when it comes to actually helping people, keeping them warm, keeping them alive, they go, we got to play this one by the book. Stupid.
Well, Bill, I think you're kind of judgy.
Why? Why am I being judgy here?
I don't know. I think they're just...
This is a situation that should be judged.
They're just trying to fellowship and keep their church clean.
They're trying to keep
So
their church
you're on the
clean.
side of the church is not
Of course he
having
is.
the unhoused.
Of course he is. What was his impression of the person coming into church? This ain't the house of the Lord. It smells like Dookie in here or whatever.
Like, this don't smell. This ain't church Sunday.
When's the last time you went to church?
I went with my friend's family. I need to find a new church home. My last church was my stepdad's wife's, or my stepdad's
wife. I believe that's called your mom.
My stepdad's sister's church. And since the divorce, I haven't gone back. But
So when was the last time you went to church?
years ago, before COVID. Oh no, my ex-boyfriend. He was my boyfriend at the time, but he was singing in the church. So during COVID, like 2020, I was in the parking lot, and yeah, they were
in the parking.
You were in the parking lot, and he was inside singing in the choir.
No, it was outdoor service.
Ah,
you had to like go and sit in the parking lot, and then they sang. So yeah, 2020. So 4 years.
Hey, good for you.
Forgot about that.
Can I pick the church you joined? I'll find you a good one.
No.
I need a nice, strict one.
A nice, strict church where I got rules.
Whip you into shape.
You can't be gay.
Hey, I'm just trying to get you into heaven, bud.
I want to go to heaven.
Well, that's why I'm getting you the buy the Bible, buy the book church. Get you in there.
I need structure. Yeah, okay.
Become an Episcopalian. They'll take you.
No,
Become a Quaker.
Oh, he's
no,
snake handler.
Baptist is the strictest.
Oh, you wanted to be in an evangelical tent church? You
want
want him to be
I just think him having snakes bite him or not bite him will teach him a lot about who he is.
I see.
Anymore.
You want him speaking in tongues, is what you're saying. You think you could do that? You think you could speak in tongues, Cody?
No, I just
try it.
To you.
You're going to hell because you couldn't do the fake gibberish.
I judge a church by how long their service is.
Uh-huh.
Like white people church, it's usually like an hour. That don't scare me. They could be in there, talking to snakes or doing whatever. It still wouldn't scare me because it's only an hour. Black churches, when they say it's required to go to Bible study before church, and that's from 6 to 7, and then
what if it's a really chatty snake? And that thing just won't shut up, and it's 90 minutes, then it's 2 hours. Man, this snake will just blah, 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 blah.
Eat this apple.
Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, no.
Mormon church is 3 hours. You want that?
Black churches is from like 7, where they take a lunch break at 12, and then it ends at like 5 or 6.
And the Mormon churches, you're not even waiting because you're going to go into the basement and eat and get drunk.
Yeah,
right?
no.
It's 3 hours and then just teetotaling. There's nothing fun at the end. Like
no, there's no fun.
Dating a girl who was Greek Orthodox, and you'd go to 3-hour service, but then you'd go down into the basement and they're cooking lamb and drinking, and it was great.
Yeah, there's no drinking.
You're like, I'll sit through 3 hours if this is at the end of it.
Yeah,
it's the like, what do they call that? Sacrament service, which is like an hour, and then you have like classes, like an hour class of Sunday school, and then priesthood and what they call the women's stuff, Relief Society.
Release Society?
Relief Society.
Relief Society.
Yeah, at the end of a black service, like there's usually like a basement in the church,
and there's like a baptism or something. They'll have food or something.
Yeah,
do it in the gym. A potluck type of thing.
Well, people are like, why don't homeless people don't go to shelters because they don't allow drugs and alcohol? Yeah, but those places fill up really fast too.
Yeah, they get full.
Shelters aren't like, they're not putting them in Brown Stadium, or a place with a roof over it. I mean, they fill up fast.
Yep, you got to get there before a certain time of night. Or
there's a line outside of people waiting to get in
have
there.
a bed.
Yeah, I see it driving around here. There's shelters around here, and you'll see people lining up because they kick you out every day, and then you can come back, but people will start lining up in the early afternoon.
Yeah, it's mainly for like a mailbox. Like if you get a job, then you have your mail can come there. But like people sleep with their like backpacks and stuff like on their bed because people steal their stuff, the little stuff that they have.
Yeah, listen, I mean, when I first moved back to Chicago in 2006, there was a church. The radio station was downtown, and there was a church a couple of blocks away, and they were open 24/7. You walk in there at 2 a.m. Now, you had to keep your head on a swivel because if you
got after hours.
Well, you would walk in and you wouldn't necessarily know. Big, giant, huge Catholic cathedral. So you wouldn't notice if somebody was like sleeping in one of the pews. Because you just see, from your perspective, it looks like rows of empty pews. But every so often, you'd get in there and be somebody sleeping. But they're sleeping. They're not bothering anybody.
Yeah, that's why this is frustrating. I mean, I get it. When you're like, oh, they're going to poop or they're going to do this or they're going to do that.
It's our place. We pay the bills. Get out.
You don't pay anything. You don't pay the bills. Of course, they are tax exempt, so I guess we all pay for them. But, they're also raising their own funds. But, again, that's not the point. I don't think that's the point. That doesn't seem to be the point. If you're working for the city, I guess somebody has to go, hey, man.
Hey, let's be a jerk about this.
Well, listen, if you're doing your job, you're doing your job. I just don't know why the churches don't get the permits. Just get the permits. And the city goes, you can't get a permit because you're not allowed to do X, Y, and Z. So it puts you in a strange spot. Because those very same people who work for the city have to send people out to grab the people who've frozen to death. You're yelling at the pastor of the church, and then you're pulling up the meat wagon for the hypothermia victims.
Here comes the meat wagon. New guy's in the corner puking his guts out. Oh, my God.
What is that from?
Tommy Boy.
Tommy Boy, right? When he sets the thing on
fire.
fire.
Yeah.
Oh, God. I haven't seen Tommy Boy in a minute.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
That one holds up.
That's pretty good. So anyway, what did we learn? I learned that there was a place called Milwaukee, Ohio. I didn't know that was there. And it's dark days for some of these local small-town pastors that are trying to serve their community. Shelters have licenses and protocols. Imagine a female homeless woman gets assaulted in church. Who's responsible for that? And that's a whole other thing. But again, you can make that claim about any place. It's not like women don't get assaulted at shelters. They get assaulted at shelters all the time.
Well, but a lot of them are women's shelters. Like there
are women's shelters, sure.
I'm saying a lot of times they'll keep them separate. There's men's shelters and women's shelters. Usually it'll be like women and children and men. But I mean, there's plenty that are mixed too. But I have a few, like women tend to gravitate toward the women's only shelters because of that reason.
Alan, keeping homeless people from dying of hypothermia will just spoil them. Next thing you know, they'll want things like basic human dignity.
Can't let homeless people get all uppity.
Well, listen, it's like Owen said, and it's like Poundcake told us yesterday. He has family members that live in their cars. But he doesn't have, there's no room at the inn.
I can't. I'll be homeless if I moved them into my place. I'm done with that.
How does that work?
You can't have someone squatting in your apartment that's not on the lease.
They're not squatting. They're a family member who's staying with you for a little while.
I don't have the authority to move someone into my apartment, no matter
Well,
who
nobody
it
said
is.
move.
Well, homeless people, what do they have to lose? Like, they're not on the lease, so...
But they could crash with you until they can get on their feet.
The moment that first mail comes, then they're legally allowed to stay there, and that's not happening. Nope. Get out.
Get out.
Get out. I mean, no, it's not me. I can't. There's only two people. I would move in my mother, and I would move in my brother. But I can't even move in my brother now because he comes with a plethora of people. Like he's got a family, so no, he can't move in neither. I don't do that extended family stuff because family will take advantage. They're worse than a stranger. A stranger will be grateful. You would think they're like, oh, this stranger is just helping me for no reason. Family members are like, you're tied to me. You're gonna have to deal with me one way or another.
Family is worse than a stranger.
Who are the people in your family?
I agree with him on that one.
Who are the people in your families?
Your family's going to take advantage of you.
Because they can.
They know you so well, and they're like, you owe me, or you did this 15 years ago, or
right.
whatever
They remember every time. They're like, I remember I didn't have that money for your Christmas present, and I wanted you to have it.
Yeah.
I guess we have
very different
kinds
families.
of families.
Yeah. My family would be very respectful.
There are many different kinds of families.
But you guys are also from families that don't have to ask each other for much often.
Yeah.
Whereas if you got like when you come from a poor family, there's constantly somebody needs something at all times.
Yes. And then
Yeah, but if nobody ever has anything, who are they asking?
But that's the point, is that even if you don't have something, you might be able to offer up a little bit of something to help.
Like
no matter what it is.
For example, when someone dies in my family, we already know they're going to call like my aunt and they're going to call my mom because they're the ones that have college degrees and decent jobs. So they expect them to put forth most of the money. And then they'll say they could do this much, and they'll be like, okay. And then we get to the funeral, and then everyone's like leaves early so they don't have to pay what they said they were going to pay. And then it leans on like my mom or like my aunt. That's literally how it is. So we're like, nope. You're going to get cremated. You're going to do the cheapest way possible because we know no one has money to bury you. We don't have just $17,000 lying around. So a distant cousin can be buried who didn't have life insurance. That's literally how it goes. So we know at funerals.
But even if they leave early, like you know where they live. You probably have their phone number.
No, they don't. They're homeless.
Homeless and they show up at the funeral?
Yes, because they get a free hot meal. They know they didn't cook anything. They didn't put up any money for anything. They want to ride in the limo and drink the liquor, and then they leave.
All right. I'll take your word for it. I mean, that's utterly foreign to me. So
well,
maybe it is a poor family thing.
That's wonderful. Like
it's not like I don't have poor people in my family. I mean,
but your whole family is not poor.
The day of
That's true.
The day of my college graduation party, my uncle died. And everyone was calling my mom, not to inform her that, like, my uncle died. I mean, yeah, they informed her that. But then they were like, all right, so how much you putting up for the funeral? She's like, my son just graduated college. Like, I just put forth all this money for this party. I don't have money to just do a funeral right now. And they're like, oh, man. Like, they're trying to make her feel bad.
People dying can be very inconvenient.
That's what I'm saying.
They're always doing it.
Never doing it.
Never slows down. And the funeral
Do it on a Monday.
You want to talk about a shakedown? The funeral business. Holy Christ!
Yeah, those funeral home people, like, they will roll up pimp on you. They like, we already know so and so, and they know my family. They're like, oh, you, because my family's huge in the area, so they already know. They're like, oh, this family member, I'll go to him first. Like, I'm not gonna let him dodge me. I know what his car looked like. I got his license plate.
Jesus.
You know, he said he was gonna put up 300. You gonna give me 300?
Wow. Eternal rest my ass. Chasing people down.
For real, it'd be like that. Because
Wow.
if they don't, we have to.
They're like, you want to kick in on the casket? I'll pay for the pillow.
What cloth is it? Silk, she dead. She don't need no silk.
Yeah, make it burlap.
They will cut corners anyway.
Well, that I get, boy, because it is not cheap.
Why I gotta be at a funeral home? We could have it. Let's just go straight to the grave. Let's just have it right there at the gravesite. We can have a service out there. We'll get some lawn
Dig a hole and throw them in.
I'll get my camping chairs. You know, the fold outs. You know, that's what they would have wanted anyways.
I got my Bluetooth speaker.
Right, exactly.
Wow. Well, there's a lot of different ways to do it. I'm going to break here. 4:30 is going to be the next chance for you to grab $1,000. 4:30 and 5:30 are your last two chances this week. So pay attention to those keywords. Want to go see Static X and Seven Dust. They are on the co-headlining run that will bring them to Cleveland to play the Agora next month. So I'll hand those off to you after the break.
This is the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeart Radio app or whatever smart
the podcast where we hand the mic to innocent people to hear their stories.
How do you send someone innocent to prison when you know I didn't do this?
Listen to new episodes of Wrongful Conviction with Maggie Freeling and Jason Flom on the iHeart Radio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Now it's time to give stuff away. Hey, it's time to give stuff away.
All right, I want to go see Static X and Seven Dust. Cannot wait for this show. It's going to be at the world-famous Agora next month, February 22. They're on a co-headlining tour. They've got Dope and Lines of Loyalty with them. I'm not hip to that last band, but gee, Dope is always out with Static X these days. And Seven Dust along as well. AgoraCleveland.com is going to have all the info for you. You can get my last pair this week. February 22nd at the Agora. It's a Thursday night. Caller 10, these are yours. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
His first marriage didn't work out. He caught her texting another show.
Sounds like he deserved it.
It's Alan Cox.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Maybe I'll play some Static X tomorrow night. You know, we do a metal show here on The Buzzard now. Coming up on the 1-year anniversary of 2 Hours to Midnight. We're going to play some Footlong Sack tomorrow night. A lot of fun. It's me, it's Corey Roddick, it's Pat Butler. I can't do it by myself. Usually starts around 10, but there's a 7:30 Cavs game tomorrow night, so probably start a little bit late, but immediately following Cavs Hawks tomorrow night on MMS. It'll be 2 hours to midnight. If you're a local metal band, by the way, I always like to play local stuff. We don't always get a ton of it either because people aren't hip to the show yet or whatever, but there's any chance I get to play local metal, I like to do it. So if you're in a band or just want to hear something, you can email me. It's 2htm@wmms.com. Post the playlists every week. We've got a page at WMMS.com. And we have a Facebook page, too. So it'll be tomorrow night after the Cavs game. Next week on the show, what do I have for you? We want to go back to Monster Jam. They are back at the Romo Fijo the 16th through the 18th of next month. So I'll have Monster Jam tickets for you. Sum 41. They're on their farewell tour. They'll do Blossom mid-September. Cavs Kings, The Charge, see some G League ball, the Wolstein Center. And if you like comedian Rob Schneider, he's going to do MGM Northfield Park on February 24th. Rob Schneider has kind of distilled a particular audience for himself over the past few years. He's kind of getting that Fox Nation crowd now. But I still think Rob Schneider is funny. Doesn't make him any less funny. It's just some guys have gone that route. Jim Brewer's another one who appeals to a much different audience than they used to years ago. So if you like Rob Schneider, I'll hook you up next week. I'll have those. So the Dallas Cowboy cheerleaders, when I was a kid, you know, I was a Chicago Bears fan. And unfortunately, they didn't have cheerleaders.
Closest thing they had was the SNL sketch.
Yeah, duh, Bears.
Duh, Bears.
We had the Love of Bulls. They were the cheerleaders for our NBA team. But we didn't have football cheerleaders. And not every team does. But the Dallas Cowboy cheerleaders were always considered like the gold standard for professional cheerleading crews, right? It was famously, they were on calendars and posters. I mean, the Cowboys themselves were always, they were called America's team, right? And so the Dallas Cowboy cheerleaders was a big deal. It probably still is. They're just not singled out as much anymore as they used to. But apparently they have beef with players for the Green Bay Packers. Now, you could understand the Packers probably don't know how to act around cheerleaders because I don't think the Packers have cheerleaders either. You know, not a lot of girls are going to stand out in Lambeau and Carhartts holding pom-poms, but the Dallas Cowboy cheerleaders said they've never had as much disrespect from an opposing team's players as they did from the Green Bay Packers when they played them in the wild card game. And Dallas proceeded to lose, of course. That was their first home defeat in a couple of years.
Stomped.
They really, 48-32.
Yeah, but that 32 came in garbage time.
Oh, did it?
That most of that game was under control. Like it wasn't close. Like it sounds closer than it was, but it wasn't. Like I think 3 of those touchdowns that the Packers got were in the fourth quarter when it was pretty much over.
Darian Lassiter is one of the Dallas Cowboy cheerleaders. I mean, there's still a lot of cachet in that, right? You're like, I'm one of the Dallas Cowboy cheerleaders. It's like still a big deal. And one of the girls said that the Packers players would be standing on the sideline yelling at them. She's like, we're minding our own business. We're waiting to do what we do. And that the players were very close to them and yelling. Unsportsmanlike conduct. And the girl's like, you know, if they did this to the opposing team's players, they'd be in trouble. But they do it to the cheerleaders and nothing happens. And she's like, I know the playoffs are a big deal. I get it. But they were very, very upset.
Yeah, I don't like that.
So they were literally on the verge of tears.
Because the cheerleaders are underpaid.
Yeah, they're not making a
They're
ton
not
of
like
money.
say anything you want to the other players, but if you're talking crap to the cheerleaders that are just there, like, hey, I like to dance. That's why I'm here.
Yeah,
just trying to make a little money dancing. That's all.
Yeah, they are really not paid a lot. I mean, it's professional sports cheerleaders. That's the original. You'll get paid in exposure. You know, because famously back in the day, they were getting paid like 50.
Skin.
Right. They were getting paid like $50 a game or something. And you got to keep yourself in really good shape. So, you know.
Any of them got dump trucks like the Cavs girls?
Jesus Christ. No, nothing like that. But, well, I don't know. I haven't seen all the girls. But a cheerleader for the NFL makes $150 a game. They make $75 an appearance. So imagine you're driving through Dallas traffic to get to an appearance where it's $75. If you advance to the leader of your cheerleading team, you can make significantly more money. If you end up getting a salary with an NFL cheerleading squad, you can make about $75,000 a year. But that's not even a lot of money if you're cheering for a major market team. Denver Broncos have some foxy cheerleaders. You know, all the warm city teams have them. Even if they don't have fans, they still have cheerleaders. But these Dallas Cowboy cheerleaders are very, very displeased with the Packers.
Well,
and they ended up losing anyway. Falcons have cheerleaders. Ravens.
Ravens have cheerleaders?
Yeah.
That's not a warm team.
It's not, no. Is it a dome in Baltimore?
No.
No?
I used to love the show that Dallas Cowboy cheerleaders making the team. I
Uh-huh.
don't know if you guys, if anybody else was watching
I
this.
didn't watch it, but I remember the show.
I know that it was on, but
Yeah.
I never watched it.
It was a CMT
It was on CMT,
show.
yeah.
And, dude, the way that they talked to these women, like, and I know it's like hack or cliche to say now, but like the early 2000s and even into the 2010s were a wild time for women on television. Like, they were having these girls who weigh like 110 pounds and they're all muscular. They've been dancing their whole lives. and they just rip them to shreds. And like you said, for $20 a game or whatever it was back then, unless it's been the same the whole time, but just old retired coaches and stuff looking at them just being like, why are her arms thick? And I'm like, she weighs 100 pounds. Like, get out of here.
Well, a lot of those girls, like, they'll end up on The Bachelor or Dancing with the Stars, things like that. But still,
that show was on for a long time.
I think
they
it's
were just berating women.
I think it's also because that's a gig where.
Well, you'll notice that none of us watched it, so it was who was the audience?
Well, I mean, Cowboys fans probably.
No, not Cowboys fans.
Women?
No, I know. It's same thing with America's Next Top Model, where they were just like calling girls plus sizes who were a size 6, you know?
And again, this isn't
That's
a
what
show
I'm
that men are watching.
No, dude, I watched America's Next Top Model religiously.
I stand by what I said.
The first few years it was on, I mean, there were a lot of those shows that were like, I had to watch them because my girlfriend was watching them, you know, like Grey's Anatomy and that crap.
What about America's Top Model drew you to watch?
I don't know. I just thought it was, I don't know. Well, probably because my girlfriend at the time was watching it. And so that's one of those shows, you know, Gwen watches a bunch of kind of trashy reality shows that I don't watch, but I swear to God, I sit down and 5 minutes later, I'm sucked in. I mean, they have got the whole reality television universe, they have got it. It's like, you know, how companies wire your brain with sugar and fat and salt, you know, that's why they call it junk TV, because it just rewires your brain. And nobody wants to sit there with a guy who's going, now who's that? Now what are they doing? Like, you know. So I just sit there.
I can't watch reality TV without somebody to watch it with. If I try and watch reality TV by myself, it's boring. But
well, Gwen knows that I'm not into that stuff, so she'll watch it. But there's a couple that we watch together. But
like The Traitors, I was trying to start the new season, and I liked the first season, but I watched it with my ex-girlfriend, and I haven't watched it yet.
We're watching The Trust on Netflix, and we're watching Traitors.
What's The Trust?
It's similar to Traitors, actually. Okay. Yeah, but The Trust is, the host is this woman who used to be on CNN. It's a group of people who there's a $250,000 pot. They're in this giant mansion in the Dominican Republic.
That's an expensive pot.
Yeah. Well.
Where'd they get it?
The Dominican Republic. It's all
like
local.
What store there? Like,
I don't know.
Crate and Barrel?
No, it's pot.
Pottery Barn.
Williams Sonoma.
Ah, yeah.
Sur La Table. No, it's $250,000 is the grand prize. But if they all continue to work together and not vote anybody off,
they split it.
They can keep the money. But little by little, you know, personalities clash, and then they have to determine. For the most part, everybody's kind of working in concert with each other. But somehow it still manages to not be dull. Because I'm like, how are they going to do a whole show if everybody's kumbayaing the whole time because they're trying to keep the money? It's interesting. I mean, you know, because I don't really have a stomach for like MTV drama type reality television. I don't care about that. It's not for me. I'm 30 years older than the people on TV. And
the game show type ones are more my speed because
those are
it's strategy and it's a little more interesting to me rather than
Squid Game was interesting.
Yeah.
I mean, you know.
Did you watch the Squid Game reality show? That was fun. I liked that one a lot.
I wasn't gonna, but then she started watching it, and I got sucked in. I was like, all right, I guess I'm watching Squid Game now. But I liked it. It was okay.
It was interesting.
I could watch Mob Wives at any given
But you like the drama shows.
But like Mob Wives has like some history behind it as well, because everyone's tied to like a mobster. So it's like.
But you're not watching it for the history.
I think it's cool because like I don't watch The Housewives, but I watch Mob Wives. And like Basketball Wives is like also like another trash TV thing. Like that I'm watching for the drama. But Mob Wives, it's just different because, I don't know, it has a certain glamour to it because it's like, ooh, they're all in the mob and, you know, this is how the wives act when they're born into, like, in this lifestyle, you don't snitch. We tear your kneecaps off. If you're a rat. Like, ugh, I love it.
Hey, for anybody who thinks marriage is falling out of favor in our current culture, by the way, all of the reality shows are about wives.
Yeah, but a lot of them are ex-wives.
Yeah, like everyone's divorced.
Everyone's a critic. Hey, here's $1,000. It's your second to last chance to win something this week, so I hope you do. It's from the Buzzard Bookie. Good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Green. That's green. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
Ravens cheerleaders are hideous, somebody said.
Hey, Ronnie likes them.
Speaking of Squid Game, I was reading about how there was an article in the Hollywood Reporter that they're developing a Chuck E. Cheese game show that's kind of like Squid Game.
Strongest child survives. Yeah. Whichever kid doesn't get
over the river
incredibly
of puke.
sick. Yeah.
Adults will compete in supersized versions of Chuck E. Cheese kids games like The Claw. Hope they use the Motorhead song. I guess it was a bad time because they have to be. They're like capitalizing on that Five Nights at Freddy's movie doing so well. They're probably just kind of waiting in the wings to see if anybody would pay attention to that. But all these companies
doubled there.
They own. Yeah, everybody owns all this intellectual property. They're like, well, we can't let it go to waste. The producers of Top Chef are making a Chuck E. Cheese game show.
Dude, I would destroy at this.
You should try to get on.
We went to Chuck E. Cheese so much as kids.
It's the kids' casino.
Well, I think
I
that's
only
why.
ever went for, like my parents ever took us, I would only go if it was somebody's birthday party was there.
Yeah. Chuck E. Cheese was like a staple in our house. We were at Chuck E. Cheese all the time. And now I love going to arcades like with Brian and Blake, his daughter. That's something we do all the time. Like
I loved arcades as a kid, but like Chuck E. Cheese. But that's not going to Chuck E. Cheese as much as you say you guys did. That's not cheap, right?
Well, it was like, I mean, it wasn't as expensive back then. It was free to get in. So if our dad or whatever was like.
And they had a playground that was free to play on, too.
Yeah, the play place was free. So all
Does
the
it cost
sky
to get
tubes-
in now?
No. Well, I don't know anymore. I haven't been there in a long time. But
Okay.
it's free to get in, and then you're expected to buy things and spend your money on the games. So it would be free to get in, and he'd be like, okay, we are all sharing $20 worth of coins. And then what we would do is that we would go up in the sky tubes and in the ball pit, and we would go down to the bottom and search for like coins or pull up pieces of
tickets or
the
whatever.
soft padding to because coins would fall out of little kids' pockets and stuff like that. So we were always scheming.
They were
looking
scavenging.
under the machines and
Oh
stuff
my
for
God.
extra
Wasn't it
coins.
just like scummy from top to bottom though?
We didn't. Our house. We lived in a hoarder house.
Yeah,
Our
okay.
house was
Yeah,
scummy.
that's true, yeah.
It was something to do to get us out of the house for a couple hours.
Get
Oh,
some
you
But
got
still,
coins?
burnt.
but still feel like you were at home.
Yeah, you're out of coins. Sorry about your luck. Go play in the sky tubes. You know?
We did Chuck E. Cheese when we were real young, but it was more of good times and swings and things when we were older.
Yeah, we did, Chuck E. Cheese ran its course, and then it was more Dave and Buster's for my.
We never went to Dave and Buster's as like
Dave and Buster's main event.
Oh yeah, when my older
Yeah.
kids were little, I took them to when they'd come to Cleveland, we go to Dave and Buster's, one
the
right
best.
there in Westlake. Yeah, we had Showbiz Pizza when I was a kid, but I think that probably got turned into Chuck E. Cheese. See, a lot of people think Chuck E. Cheese is like gone. There's still like 600 locations around the country.
It
There's
just
still.
wasn't doing well here. Is that what it was?
I mean, they closed a couple, but I think that one in North Olmsted is still open, right by the mall.
I don't know about
I don't
that.
know. I don't know which ones are open.
Maybe because
and
everybody's
I
like,
stand like that's a good thing. Why would I know? My kids are grown.
right.
Why would I should not know?
No, I mean,
what's
again,
going on with Chuck E. Cheese's?
We hadn't been there since before COVID when Nora had like a birthday party. But, you know, Chuck E. Cheese was one of those places where people are like, oh my God, after COVID, they're dead in the water. But obviously a lot of places reopened after COVID. Buffets came back. Thought for sure those would go away. I underestimated our national hunger for buffets.
There ain't nothing like a buffet, man. I don't
Love
care
a
what you
buffet.
say. There ain't nothing like a
Love 'em.
buffet.
No, listen, I just didn't think that they would. I'm not a buffet guy, but I just thought for sure, you know, in the red hot center of everybody flipping out over COVID, I thought for sure buffets were not going
No,
to come
because
back.
they combine two of America's best, or I guess guiltiest pleasures: greed, and cheap. Like we are greedy for food, and yet we don't want to pay a lot for it. And you can just you could pay $15.
Yeah, but even
and
though
then-
I was going to say, even those have to have
They're
gotten
more
more
expensive, for
and
sure.
stayed there too.
They're more expensive now, and
But that's why it wasn't an incentive to not take it for granted, because we were like, we're about to get $15 worth of food. Like I would eat into, I would have to undo my top belt, like I would undo my belt and my top button, because I'm like, bruh.
You'd eat that much?
Yes, because I'm like, I gotta make
You're
it
at a
worth
buffet,
it.
man. Yeah.
Yeah, because I was like, I just don't eat dessert. I've never had room for dessert, or I always thought that was just like, no one needs dessert. There.
You didn't get a wedge of lettuce and cover it in chocolate pudding?
But like there at like Golden Corral or something, I make it a point. I'm like, I don't care if I'm full. I'm gonna get some ice cream, something that's smooth, that doesn't take up that much space.
Something
so it will get
why
into
not
empty spaces.
Why not eat less and leave room for ice cream?
I gotta get my money's worth.
Shut up.
But what constitutes if they're already cheap-ish, what constitutes your money's worth?
In my mind, I have to think like, did I eat $15 worth of food?
Yeah, you got to make it feel like you got it.
But that's not much food these days.
So if I'm sick, I'm like, yeah, I made sure I did not waste one little speck in my stomach.
Yeah.
Everything is about me is full. If I'm gluttonous, like leaving there, then I got my money's worth. And that's what a buffet is. People don't like, I could have ate. No one leaves a buffet like, I wish you would have.
It's not
ate
great,
more.
but it's a lot. So there you go.
And that's a plus?
It's good. It's good enough.
It's not great, and there's a lot of it.
But you get a lot.
Yeah.
It's not but it's not the worst. Like, it's okay. It's okay food. And then you can get a lot of it.
It's like that old joke about the old ladies. They were like, the food here is terrible, and such small portions.
Mm-hmm.
I love
Okay.
See, we had 7 people in our family, so we go to the buffet, and they'd be like, this is what you're eating today. So
That
figure it
I
out.
understand. I
You
get
wait
that.
until like 3 p.m. Nobody's eating anything. Go to the buffet. That's your one big meal
But
for the day. We're not having
Poundcakes,
dinner.
did you ever unbuckle your belt?
Of course she did.
Yeah.
Yes.
But it's also like, I mean, you just wear sweatpants. That's
My family.
That's the move,
Yeah.
honestly.
You're like, why are you wearing a belt?
My family would be mad if you left and you were like, I'm still hungry, or like I didn't.
Right.
Like you did. What do you mean you're still hungry? You didn't eat enough. Like so we wasted our money. So we would be prompted to go there and be full. Like if you didn't have like a plump stomach leaving there, then
Get into your job.
Was it a special thing? Was it a weekly thing? What's the frequency
We
on the
went
buffet?
after church a lot.
Like on a Sunday morning?
I remember my grandma really liked
like
going to
lunch.
the buffet, so we would go after church on a Sunday morning. Yeah.
Yeah, it
like
would be
11 on a Sunday.
Yeah, after
Brunch.
church, or like with like my aunt and my uncle all the time. Like that's just what they would do.
And it's probably packed right after church?
Yep, everyone's in the same little.
Yeah.
Everyone's in the same suit. Like
I mean, that's like
line.
a trope where it's like someone that was just at church needs to get to a restaurant so they can be mean to a service worker. They're just at church. And
They were
like,
just done praying, and then
Mhm.
screaming at people in
Right.
the parking lot for cutting them off.
It's the Lord's
I'm at the
Day.
beef station to carve my meat.
Carving station.
We never went out on Sunday. Sunday we weren't supposed to spend money on Sunday,
Right.
so we would never go out on a Sunday. So when we go to, it would usually be like a Friday or Saturday night, and we end up at eventually Hometown Buffet. But when it
I was going to say, what was the
Ponderosa-
spot of choice?
Ponderosa was always the spot when those
I miss
were.
Ponderosa.
Poundcake, you're talking Golden Corral?
So when I was younger, it was Ponderosa, but then Ponderosa closed down. So then
It's crazy that Ponderosa went out of business because everybody I talked to is always like, yeah, that's the place we'd always go.
Ponderosa, they turned our Ponderosa, I think it was like in Wellington or Elyria or something, one of the ones in Lorraine County. I think they turned that into a Hometown Buffet. And then that closed. That Hometown Buffet closed. So then it was Golden Corral.
Mary, there's a Ponderosa, I think, in Warren, or did that one close?
I don't know.
When you're home for a little bit.
We'll go to Ponderosa.
Ponderosa.
Okay.
In 1989, there were 700 Ponderosa locations. As of this past Christmas, there are 13 in the entire United States.
Wow.
Yep. I've got to take a break here. I want to send a text 35192 to get me there. You can watch live at alancoxshow.com and listen wherever on the iHeart Radio app.
Rover's Morning Glory. This woman wants our advice. She writes, I was on birth control for a few years, and then I
Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
He's a Satanist where they sacrifice babies and melt those babies into candles.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Are you gonna live your life wondering, standing in the back, looking around? Are you gonna waste your time thinking how you grown up or how you missed out? The things are never gonna be the way you want. Where's it gonna get you acting serious?
Are these guys coming to Cleveland?
I don't know.
Jimmy
I would
Eat
love to
World.
see 'em.
Yeah.
Love Jimmy Eat World.
Place Your Debts is the new album from Jimmy Eat World. They're doing the halftime at the Texans-Ravens game tomorrow. Is that in Baltimore, that game?
Yeah.
I wonder if they're already in town. They're an Arizona band. So. Article I read was, hey, there's a band from the early 2000s you forgot about. I'm like, a lot of people still like Jimmy Eat World. They write good songs. They're hooky.
They had a funny post about how when you're coming up with a band name, make sure the acronym is something that when printed in big letters
Oh, yeah.
works.
Yeah, they got to be careful shortening their name to just their initials in a lot of cities now in the United States. Yeah.
You know, some bands will shorten their name down, and it'll look great, and you can sell merch on it. Put it on merch and sell it. Jimmy Eat World has to spell out all the words.
Yeah, they sure do. See somebody walking around with a shirt that says J-E-W. You go, oh, you like Jimmy Eat World? They go, I don't know who that is. Oh, okay. Yeah, I gotcha.
Love them.
Anti-Gaza. Understood. Yeah, so they're doing the halftime thing tomorrow. I don't know if they televise any of that.
Yeah, they probably will.
I was going to say, if you're going to get them to do it, it would...
Who did I know that. Remember we talked about the Jack Harlow one on Thanksgiving Day.
Yeah.
So I don't think this will be as big a production as that. I don't know if they'll have the tarp and everything. It's so bad.
Well, yeah, Jimmy Eat World on the road, the new album, the whole thing.
I don't have a lot of dates on their website.
No, I don't see them coming here.
I just see 3 dates.
Tempe, Portland, Seattle, Sacramento, Dallas, Austin, Oklahoma City, and Birmingham, Alabama. They're doing about a month. But anyway, hopefully that would be cool if they...
I would love for them to come to Cleveland.
If they either came here or if they televised that. Somebody sent me a list that they had found online. What is something you do in a hotel room that you never, ever do at home?
Use a key card to get into my room.
Well, your bedroom door is locked.
No, I don't have
at
a key
home
card.
too, huh?
That's just when I'm in it.
You should install key card readers in your apartment. Why? Then you wouldn't have to worry about it. Give it a cool little futuristic
Yeah, but then
touch.
if I put the key card on my phone, then it's magnetized and I can't get down to... How do I get in?
Oh, that would suck.
Yeah.
You've thought of everything.
Mm-hmm.
Some people say eat in bed.
Oh, yeah.
They eat in bed at a hotel room you'd never do at home. Poundcake eats in bed.
Food bed and sleep in bed. Get the
Oh, if you get the double queen,
yeah,
you
you get a double queen. You got a food bed and you got a sleep in bed. Food/sex if you got it.
No, I agree with that.
Yeah.
I'm not having sex in the
I was
going
gonna
to
say you know you have to have sex in the
sex
sleeping
in the
bed.
sleeping bed, yeah.
I'd rather have sex in the in the food bed than the sleeping bed.
You get crumbs in your crack.
I'm not getting that many crumbs around.
Well, then why not do it in the sleeping bed?
Because I want to sleep in the sleeping bed.
You want the sex crumbs to be in the eating bed.
That's right.
I got you. You don't want to defile the one you're going to sleep in.
Exactly.
Somebody said blackout showers.
What?
They take a shower with no lights on. They put a towel at the bottom of the door to block any light, and then you pull the curtains and you take a pitch black shower.
I mean, if it's like for a wedding or something, I'll have drinks in the shower, but I'm not doing a blackout shower. That's a little much.
Somebody said look for hidden cameras. That's something I never do at home. Check for bed bugs. Yeah, I do that. We get into a hotel room, no matter how nice the place.
You gotta check. Gotta do a quick check.
I put the luggage in the bathroom. I go in and check the beds.
I steal all the shampoos and coffees. That's what I do.
You steal them.
I used to do that.
Well, yeah.
Well, Mary was on the road. I mean, I could see but
I'm not gonna leave them there. If I like,
what?
You ever use them?
You say that like it's ridiculous.
Do
to
you
leave
ever use them again though?
You say what?
You ever use them like the coffee?
Yeah. If I run out, I'm like, oh yeah, I got the one that I stole from the hotel. I'll use the coffee. And then those you'll never understand how much those little hand shampoos things come in handy because I will
absolutely understand that because
it's a little travel pack or even
I also have traveled before, so yes, I understand that it's handy to have soap and toiletries with you.
Poundcake's like Gilbert Gottfried.
Do you take the toilet paper too?
No.
I have my own shampoo.
Usually they have crappy toilet paper anyway.
And crappy shampoo.
Mm-hmm.
They dilute the shampoo, and they're,
all the reason for me to take it. If they're not putting that much effort into it, then they know people are going to steal them. So I'm going to prove them right.
Yeah, but they got wise because now there's a lot of
the ones within the wall where the
chains. They've got the pumps that are bolted to the wall. Yeah,
and nicer ones, but there's still some that I'm like, I pay for the room, mine.
Somebody else said, and I'd do this: stand naked in the window and look down at whatever city I'm in.
Yeah.
When I used to when I was on in Detroit, I was there a lot because I was doing appearances and things, or anywhere I've traveled when I've been put up, and they would put me up in a hotel, and I'd be like at the Renaissance or something, right in the river. You just stand there buck naked looking out of the city. That's pretty good. Because you imagine it's your kingdom, right? You're high atop. It's a wall of windows. You just stand there buck naked, hands on hips.
I got one.
My last few rooms that I've had have had some of the worst views that I have ever seen.
Oh, yeah.
So when I was just in Jamestown over Christmas break, it was literally just the roof of the lobby of the hotel, and it just was the heater and the air conditioner, just looking right at that. And then when I was in Arlington, it was, you could kind of see, there was like a building and you could kind of see the highway, but then the windows, because there's so much traffic there, everything's got a film all over it, so you can't even see out the window really because it's so gross.
And you booked that room?
I booked it.
But I mean, a lot of times you can see where the room is going to be.
No.
Really?
You don't get to pick a specific room.
No. I do all the time. You go on the app.
Don't.
Yes.
What room? What
Hilton,
hotel chain?
Marriott,
and
Hyatt.
You choose room 1704.
You go on, and it says which room. You get on the app, and it says
a layout.
The layout. Which room do you want?
No, I chose the layout. I got the layouts I wanted, but I didn't get to choose the floor and the view.
Where the side of, like when you look out the window, you see what side of the building you're on.
That's what I asked. Yes, I do.
Okay.
When we went home for Thanksgiving, anywhere I go, if I've got the app and I go on, because you can check in on the app, right? So I check in, and then it says which room, and it shows you the vacant rooms. So that's why I asked. Okay. So then you know what your view is going to be. And I go, I want 910 or whatever. I don't want to be next, because then you're like, I don't want to be next to the elevator. I want to be further down.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's great.
I forgot one. I flushed the toilet to see what the water pressure is going to be like before.
That's actually not a bad idea to do.
Yeah, because there's...
You gotta make sure it can suck down your poop.
Exactly, because I'm like, as soon as I get there, it's probably a long drive or wherever I'm coming from if I'm staying, and I'm like, I want to poop, but I got to see what the water pressure is like first, because nicer hotel rooms, I don't really worry too much, but it's the crappy ones, they're just like...
I was going to say, because a lot of hotel rooms, they have like nuclear water pressure, like it just sucks down boulders.
Yeah, no. The one, I think the last time I had an event out in outside of Columbus, and I stayed at this little hotel room, and I'm like, I need to poop like right now. I had been driving all night. I'm like, I need to poop right now. And this water, it was just kind of going down. I'm like, well, you know what? It's going to be one of these things where I'm just going to have to like put something on my foot and push it down if it don't go down, because I have to poop and I don't have time to change rooms. But it went down. It was okay.
I do crazy stuff like leave all the lights on. I would never do that at home. Like when I get there, I turn every light on and I leave them on. Oh yeah. Or like I very rarely watch TV in hotel rooms, but like Just as like a stick it to the man, I'll leave the TV on if I leave for the night. I would
See,
never
I'll
do
usually,
that.
I'll
Never
usually
do
bring
that
my
at home.
dog, and so I will leave the TV on just so it covers the noise that some people might make in the hallway, so she doesn't like go start barking. She's usually very, very good about it. But then I have to find something that's not going to have animals on it, so I have to find like C-SPAN or something and just leave that on.
They
and,
cover a
and then
zoo
I come
getting
back and
broken
she's
into.
like, this country's in a bad way.
Alan, I don't argue with the front desk at home. Travis says, hey, what's going on down there? That's a good point.
I use 2 towels in hotels, and I don't do that at home.
Yeah.
Where I'll use one for my hair and one for my body.
Ooh.
But I don't do that at home.
Alan, do you honestly think I use my bedroom at home to strangle all those prostitutes? I mean, I certainly hope not.
That's motel, not hotel.
Well, not only that, but they got wise to all of us former prostitute stranglers because now the beds, you can't put anything under them anymore. You used to be able to hide your hook under the bed, but now they're like those platforms that go all the way down. It's really jammed up a lot of people's road trips.
Also, what's the challenge in the prostitutes? You need somebody that will be missed. That's the excitement. Someone that's they're gonna look for.
They're gonna
That's-
notice.
That's the challenge.
Yeah. Alan and I travel a ton for work. Hotel soap sucks bad. I buy my own and bring it with me.
You
Again,
don't
I
care,
have
I'm taking it for free.
I have a DOP kit, but you have a thing, right? When you go somewhere, you have like a DOP kit. You've got your stuff in the toiletry bag.
No.
Oh, you don't.
Not
Oh, you're
soaps.
just using theirs.
Yeah, not soaps
Oh, I
and
see.
stuff. But like,
But
I
those
bring my
all
own toothbrush.
suck.
I don't care. It's free.
Huh.
Why do I have to provide something that you supposed to provide? And if you don't, then good, I get a discount.
I see.
I'm like, you guys didn't supply me with soap.
Well, you have to call them and they'll bring soap up. Yeah, but how do you take a shower with the tiny pillow mint size soap that they give you?
I just use the soap as like I just rub it all on me.
I need a bar of Irish Spring.
Like,
homie.
I just
can't be in there rubbing a Tic Tac on my body.
I put it in my palm and then just watch
the size
it.
of a postage stamp.
I watch it dissolve. And sometimes the water, it takes a while for the water to get really, really hot. So I just sit there and let it steam. I just want everything to just be all steamy, and then I get in, and then the soap melts really quickly.
A lot of those hotels too, boy, they have just hair touch sensitive temperature. So, if you move the thing 1 millimeter, it's ice cold. You move it the other way, it's
Burn your
boiling
skin
hot.
off. Yeah.
220 Fahrenheit. Well, anyway, a lot of people are doing a lot of things. I was glad to see, obviously, I was glad to see people weren't like, I jerk it all over the television remote. You assume.
Well, they do that at home.
Huh?
They probably do that at home.
They're probably not spunking all over their home television remote, over their Roku remote. They're keeping that clean. But yeah, you guys all know this. You'll drive yourself crazy if you go into any hotel room, no matter how nice, and even consider for a second what people have done before you got there. Especially if you get a place that has like the nice robes. They got the robe in the closet.
Mm-hmm.
And you go, God, I really want to. At least the whites, you usually are like, okay, they've probably bleached those within an inch of their life.
Yeah, big schlubs.
But you like tear the comforter off, pile that in the corner. You're going to use that. They've kind of gotten rid of those anyway. Those old hotel comforters.
I mean,
Yeah.
What do you mean by old? There's
like the-
comforters at every hotel I go to.
No, I mean like the
ones
like
that would-
puffy flower print when you used to run in and like pull them around.
no.
Now they're just like blankety kind of. It's like
Most of them I feel like are like fluffy down.
It's like
maybe.
But they're easier to wash than the ones that they never washed. Like those comforters.
Silkier ones is what
those
you're
are
talking
gross.
about. Like
You
the
know
old
you-
lady ones.
Mhm.
What you might want to consider doing, Bill, at your house.
Okay.
Is the next time you're in a hotel, instead of locking your bedroom door like
Mm-hmm.
you do now, what if you just put a do not disturb sign on it?
I didn't say I didn't.
And then nobody would come in. Like a burglar would see that sign and go, well, I can't go in there and kill him.
Do you think that would work? That's for housekeeping.
That's not for burglars.
What?
Burglars.
Okay.
Burglars ignore that stuff.
Oh. What if your burglar has a side hustle butling? What if they're a butler? They go, I can't go in there.
Are there part-time butlers?
I mean, Stevie Wonder sang about them. You have a big song about that?
I don't know what you're getting at.
Part-time butlers? Wasn't that a Stevie Wonder song? Yeah, there are probably, it's called like Task Rabbit, part-time butlers. You go, hey, could you pick, what do you think Uber Eats is? Hey, bring me those fries. That's part-time butling.
Okay.
You could do it. You could be a part-time butler. If you
believed in yourself.
If you believed in yourself and you really put something into it.
I don't believe in myself.
We believe in you.
Believe in Beatles, I just believe in me.
Mm-hmm. Well, why not? I got to believe in something. Are you telling me not to believe in you?
No, believe in the Lord.
I don't believe in the Lord. I'm an atheist.
You shouldn't be.
Why?
Atheists are bad.
Atheists are bad. Well, at least we're not stupid.
Hey.
Yeah, you could be a part-time butler.
Can I do it at your house? Can I practice?
No, I don't need a butler.
I can't wash your delicates.
I tried to work this out with you earlier, and you're like, nah, I'm not doing that.
We already went through this.
I don't remember that window.
Do this for Squifle Tower.
So you can stay
I said Alan's, not yours.
No. You will never set foot in my home.
Why?
Ever. No.
Why?
I told you that from day one.
You said you believed in me.
I do.
So why don't you
Here
give me a
at
chance?
work.
Hey, yo,
Here at work,
that's not
I
how it
believe in you.
works. That's not how it works.
I'll tell you how it works.
No, you got to believe in me 24/7 at your
No,
house.
no,
Early
no,
in the
no.
morning, you got to
Nope.
give me a key.
Nope. I believe in you 16-4.
What don't you trust about me stepping foot in your house?
I don't know. You'll taking a picture, posting some nonsense.
What
I don't
would
need
take
it.
a picture of?
Anything. I got a great house.
Guys, this is Alan Cox House.
Of
I'm
course.
his butler. You would know exactly where it came from.
Never stepping foot in there. I don't need that.
That's rude.
It's rude.
That's rude.
I don't want to be in your apartment.
That's not rude. I don't have a nice apartment. Well, actually, I have an okay apartment. But
All right. I got to take a break here. Hey, I'll have your last chance to grab some money. It's $1,000. That keyword from the Buzzard bookie is on the way at 5:30.
The Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeart Radio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeart Radio.
iHeart, are you ready? Our 2024 iHeartRadio Music Awards are coming to Fox.
Live from Los Angeles, Monday, April 1st.
The biggest stars from all genres of music are nominated, and it's up to you, the iHeartRadio listener, to decide who wins.
And the iHeartRadio Music Award goes to...
The iHeartRadio Music Award goes to...
Who had the best lyrics? Who had your favorite tour style? The best music video? Best fan army?
Get your votes in for these categories and more at iHeartRadio.com/awards.
And get ready to celebrate with all of the artists who are nominated.
Hey, it's Taylor Swift.
It's your boy Jelly Roll.
21 Savage, the Foo Fighters.
It's Olivia Rodrigo.
Hi, this is Shakira.
It's Morgan Wallen.
What's up, y'all? I'm Beyonce.
We're Fall Out Boy.
And there are so many more.
Make plans to join us April 1st, live on Fox and iHeartRadio stations across America.
For our 2024 iHeartRadio Music Awards.
From the Universal Windows Direct Weather Center, WMMS Weather.
The winter storm warning continues until 4 a.m. Snow showers overnight, low in the upper single digits. Snow showers tomorrow, high in the upper teens. Turning partly sunny Sunday with a high in the mid-20s.
This report is sponsored by MGM Northfield Park. MGM is upgrading your sleep game in February. Visit Saturdays for the Sweet Dreams drawings. 4 winners will be drawn every hour for a chance to win free play cash or a new mattress. Find your fun at MGM Northfield Park.
Hey there, it's Alan for Northeast Factory Direct. We were just talking about things that you would do in a hotel room that you would never do at home. You know what another one of those things is? Worry about the mattress. Everybody worried because, oh my God, you don't even want to get into it. You want to know what's going on there. At home, however, you know that your mattress, your bed, it is your sanctuary. And if you're not getting a good night's sleep, yeah, you have stresses and things that come with being a human being. But if it's something as simple as updating your old mattress, get yourself to Northeast Factory Direct. You can skip the big box stores. They're set to rip you off anyway. Northeast Factory Direct is going to have everything mattress related. They've got the Sleep Easy collection at Northeast Factory Direct. Those are manufactured exclusively for them here in the U.S., and you're not going to be able to beat the prices on anything. Like I said, pillow top, memory foam, gel foam, all the sizes. Anything you want to update your mattress, you're going to be able to find it and pay way less for it at Northeast Factory Direct. Any one of their locations, you can walk right in and see for yourself. West 140th in Cleveland. They're in Euclid on Lakeland Boulevard. They're on Freeway Drive in Macedonia. Whitewood Street Northwest, brand new spot in North Canton. And you can look around online, northeastfactorydirect.com.
Start your new year in a new Kia from Ken Ganley, Ohio's #1 Kia dealer. Now get lower prices and payments on over 800 new Kias, including Seltos, K5, Sportage, Sorrento, Forte, Soul, and Telluride. Buy a new Kia with 0 down and make 0 payments till spring. Or lease a new Kia from $139 a month. Like a new 24 Kia Forte LXS with $34.95 due at signing, 10K miles per year, and no security deposit required. Just $139 a month for a new Kia at Ken Ganley, an official partner of the Cleveland Browns in Medina, Mentor, Alliance, and Boardman. Or visit us online at kenganleykia.com. Tell them Mackenzie sent you, because I want to see you in a Ken Ganley Kia.
Plus tax tag title doc Fiat approved. Credit through KMF. #1 in overall retail Kia sales in the Central region from 1/1 to 12/31/23 per Kia Motors year-end sales report expires 3/4/24.
You know the biggest games are won in the trenches, right? Even armpit trenches. That's right. Luckily, Old Spice, the greatest smell in the NFL, has you covered. Grab a 4-pack of Old Spice Swagger deodorant at Costco today. When you use Old Spice daily, you get 24/7 odor protection. It's like an entire offensive line fending off unwanted odors. It's only available for a limited time, so rush to Costco now. Old Spice, official locker room product of the NFL and Super Bowl 58.
It is Ryan Seacrest here. Our busy lives mean it's hard to stay on top of everything. Challenge yourself to try something new this year to stay healthy. Drinking Health Aid Kombucha daily. It's my favorite hack to stay refreshed and feeling good. It's a bubbly probiotic tea made with delicious and refreshing fruit juice that supports gut health. Trust me when I tell you it delivers big on both flavor and function. Pick up Health Aid at Whole Foods, where you'll find all my favorite flavors. Look for the brown bottle with an anchor on it. Health Aid Kombucha.
Hey, it's Alan for Cars for Kids, the easy way to donate your car. Donate today, and your car could be picked up tomorrow. Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS today, or donate online at carsforkids.org. Remember, that's cars with a K.
Ring in the new year with the ultimate timeless gift, a diamond from Diamonds Direct. Whether you're ready to pop the question or celebrating a lifetime of love in 2024, Diamonds Direct can make this New Year's one to remember forever. Diamonds Direct is the area's destination for exquisite diamonds in all shapes and sizes, and our nationwide price guarantee ensures you'll get the best value, period. To showcase that spectacular
south before Broadway Forbes, 90 west at 306, 90 west at Clegg Road. Jackie Roberts in the traffic center.
This report is sponsored by CSU Rec Center.
A new year means a new you. The CSU Rec Center has all the features of a top-notch gym, wellness center, and cutting-edge sporting facility in one place. Now through January 31st, save 50% when you buy 4, 5, or 6 months of membership. Learn more at csurec.com.
The free iHeart Radio app has over 100 commercial-free stations waiting for you to explore right now, like Alt 2K.
Don't wanna be an American idiot.
A commercial-free look back to alternative from the 2000s. With Foo Fighters, Weezer, Linkin Park, Green Day, the Red Hot Chili Peppers, and more. Just open the free iHeart Radio app, search Alt 2K, and listen now. Try something new for 2024. iHeart Radio.
iHeart Radio.
Free never sounded so good.
It's time to give. It's time to give stuff away.
All right, I want to go see Sammy Hagar, the Red Rockers, back in Cleveland this summer with special guest Loverboy, part of the Minutemen concert series. It's Monday night, July 29th at Blossom. LiveNation.com. Going to have all the details for you. Caller 10, you get the last pair from me this week. 2 for Sammy Hagar in the summertime. One big old party. Caller 10, 216-578-1007. 800-348-1007.
Alan Cox.
The sort of man we used to describe at school as a complete prick.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7
WMMS.
Now, of course, the song is called heavy metal, but it's nowhere near what we're looking for our metal show on Saturday nights here on the Buzzard. This is just a song that Sammy did for that animated film Heavy Metal. You want that real good, though, you're going to get it tomorrow night. 2 hours to midnight is our metal show on the Buzzard. You'll hear it directly after the Cavaliers game tomorrow night. That's a 7:30 tip-off in Atlanta against the Hawks. And as soon as they get done with all that in the postgame, we'll get right into the metal, me and Corey Roddick and Pat Butler. So tomorrow night, normally 10 o'clock on a Saturday, but it'll be after the Cavs game tomorrow night. And then Sunday morning, it'll be Bill and Poundcake will be your affable hosts, bright and early. 8 o'clock is the Week in Cox. It is 2 hours of the best stuff from the week. And we've got a lot lined up for you. How can you possibly squeeze an entire week into 2 hours? But I managed to do it. And you'll hear it Sunday mornings. Do you guys know how you're gonna set these up, Bill, or do you kind of just do it on the fly? You get in here, you figure out.
We gotta feel it.
Yep.
And so, like, we'll see what the segment is, and then we talk about it. We'll, brainstorm, plan, have 2 or 3 meetings. We will wake up Keith Kennedy and Keith Hotchkiss, run it by them, and then we record it.
I mean, I've seen your whiteboard with the flow charts on it before.
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty impressive. It's impressive. Well, listen, security is knowing your lines. I mean, you want to, at the beginning of every show. Now I'll pull the curtain back a little bit. Beginning of every one of these shows, of course, now because Mary's in New York, I have to fax her the show script.
All my lines, so I know them.
All of her lines, right. And Week in Cox is Sunday morning. We're going to talk about Poundcake's long balls. We got a call from Bill's manager, Dave Tables. And all kinds of Mary's car got broken into. Mm-hmm. Well, not broken into, opened up.
Opened and rifled through.
Opened and rifled through.
Poundcake's got questions about the word rifle.
Okay.
I just picture it like Pocahontas style, like they had the old school rifles with the swords at the end. And is that like
a
what?
bayonet?
Sure. What is that? What rifling through stuff is? I didn't know that rifling through was a word.
You mean a verb?
Yeah, for that.
Yeah, you never heard like, oh my God, somebody rifled through all my papers. Ransacking it?
Yeah, I know ransacking, but I didn't know rifle. Like I thought that was like a soldier rifling through, stuff that they were trying to steal or something.
Okay. You thought that the person had to have a literal rifle.
Yes, they're rifling through something.
Gotcha. How are they?
How would they dig through my car with a rifle?
With
That's
the
why
sword
he's so
at the end of it.
confused.
With the sword at the end of it.
In 2024.
That's what I thought it was outdated verb, outdated word. Rifling through. I haven't heard that.
Yeah.
I heard of rummaging through. I understand that. Or like,
It's similar.
Rifling.
It is from Old English.
I figured.
Meaning to rob and plunder. Yeah. Well, now you know. Right? Every new word is one that you can add, if you'll pardon the pun, one word you can add to your arsenal. And now you can add rifle to that.
Nice. Can't wait to use it.
Mm-hmm. How do you think you'll use it? I mean, the big weekend coming up. You think you'll get to use it over the weekend?
I'll rifle through this snow.
I mean, that's not... No.
No?
Unless you're looking for something.
I mean...
I drop my keys and I'm rifling through the snow to find them.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
I feel like rifling has like a negative connotation. Like
It
you're
does.
Doing you're not supposed to be doing it. You're
Yeah.
gonna steal something or you're snooping around.
Well,
or-
I mean, even if you're looking, if you can't find something, you're like, I'm downstairs rifling through all my folders and I can't find the.
There's like a panic to it a bit.
It's very haphazard.
Yeah.
There's no organized rifling. But see, that's what I like. And we do break Poundcake's balls because he just mangles the language. But
this was a legit question. I mean,
I know, I
it's
understand.
old-timey
I'm saying
English, I get
glass half full. Like I said, every word that any of us come to, right? That's a new word you can use. The other half of that is the joy of seeing how you use it. Right? I don't know that I would say rifling through the snow, but you can.
That's from that Christmas Carol. Rifling through the snow with my bayonet in hand.
Mm-hmm. She did do it. Yeah. Somebody asking if I ever used the chest of drawers in a hotel room. I don't think I've ever used drawers in a hotel room.
I use the
I do
hang my
if
stuff
I'm there
out.
for many days. Like comedy clubs used to be there.
What's the minimum number to use the drawers?
If I'm there from like a Thursday to a Sunday, I'll probably use the drawers.
Really? A long weekend?
Yeah.
Okay. No, I'll hang stuff in the closet.
I do that.
I've never taken stuff out of a suitcase and put it in the drawers.
I've hung stuff in the closet, and my method for putting stuff in the drawers is like that way. I know I put everything in the drawers. I check the drawers to see if there's anything still in there. That I know I got it all. Check the drawer. It's just I don't know. It works for me.
I open
when I'm
all
there
the
for a long
drawers
time.
when I get there. When I first get there, I open up every single drawer just to see if anybody left anything behind or if there's like.
You
evidence.
rifle through the drawers?
I do. They're usually empty.
Mm-hmm.
I've never found anything.
I mean, I take off my own drawer. I take off my drawers,
Mhm.
and then I stand in front of the window, hands on hips. We've already covered.
It also depends on the hotel too. There's some hotels where I will not use the drawers. It's not so nice hotel.
But I would imagine that the quality of the drawers, if there's one thing that stays uniform, irrespective of how nice the hotel, I would think it's the quality of the drawers. They're all cheaping out in the furniture, right?
There's very different drawer qualities.
Yeah. I agree with Bill.
Really?
Mhm.
Some of them don't have drawers anymore.
Yeah, some of them is fake drawers. It looks like drawers, but it's not drawers.
You're just yanking on the handle. They're like, they got me, like that third drawer in the kitchen.
Yep. The one in front of the sink. Of
It's
course
got-
there's not a drawer there.
Yeah, it's got two. It's got two handles.
How would there be a drawer? The sink's there.
Right.
I don't understand that because that little fake drawer opens at an angle.
Yeah, mine does
what
too.
What are you supposed to put there?
Sponges and things.
Yeah.
Really?
Because ours is lined with stainless steel.
Sponges and your bayonet for your rifle.
Uh-huh.
Yes.
If
Once
you
you cleaned it.
When you're rifling through your dishwasher, you put it there. Yeah, because we just have a little thing that flips out. And then you can put, I don't know, you put whatever you want to. Hide your secrets in there. Your valuables. Nobody would ever think to look there. Keep your bullion in there. Hey, Rat.
Oh, we're not for bullying, though.
Bill,
hey, little radio buddies. It's Rat.
Rat, how are you?
Hey, Rat.
I'm good. I got cut short on that before Christmas show, but that's all good. I didn't know it was the last show. Hey, speaking of rifles, Alan, Mary, did you get that email of the white raccoon in my yard I sent you or no?
I didn't see
it. Doesn't ring any bells.
All right, I'm probably in your junk, but I sent you a trail cam picture of an albino white and yellow raccoon that has been in my yard in Cleveland Heights. Yeah, so go through your junk and see if you can see it. I sent it to you. I said, hey, show Nora this.
I see.
Everything's going good. Yeah, I just did all the snow blowing on my sidewalks for the neighbors. Took an Epsom salt bath. I'm just sitting here drip drying. Feels great.
He's not even dry, and he took the time to call us. That's so nice.
I noticed the time.
Yeah, he's doing things for his
anytime after
neighbors.
5.
He's doing things for us. So you take the time to snow blow the neighbor's sidewalk too?
I mean, I am like the maniac, crazy boy that's lived here in his family's house since 1953. So everyone knows I'm up till 3 a.m. and partying. So I do the sidewalks for everybody.
Oh, I see. Because because other times you're potentially a menace. So this way you can kind of keep yourself in the neighborhood's good graces.
Yeah. In fact, when I texted that darn nextdoor.com, I said, hey, has anyone seen this white raccoon over in Cleveland Heights? I was on my porch at 4:30 in the morning, and I swear to God, I saw it. And everyone on the damn next door, they go, oh, that's what happens when weed's legalized. And then some lady goes, are you sure you weren't on blotter acid, Rat? And I'm telling you, Alan, there's a white albino raccoon around here.
I believe you. Are you? But to her point, are you sure that you weren't on blotter acid?
No, I can't. My brain can't function normally, so I don't do that stuff.
Not only that, but I'll tell you what, that bums me out that your neighbors, and you're trying to keep a lookout for these people that are very dismissive of you, and I don't care for that. You're trying to kind of keep them in the loop, and they're immediately giving you a hard time.
Yeah, like no one believes me, and so I set my trail cameras out, and I put bait bags out there and cheesecloth, and I got pictures of every animal. This lesbian walks her dog with no leashes. They're eating this raw bacon and raw crap out of this cheesecloth hanging from the hitch of my truck.
Oh, just like a lesbian. No, but it doesn't really. But it also doesn't matter what color. I mean, it's a novelty to have an albino raccoon, but nobody wants a wild raccoon run around, no matter what color it is.
Oh, this is Cleveland Heights. This is the land of unicorns, my friend. There's all kinds of things running around here.
Hey, you want to know a fun fact about Cleveland Heights, Bill?
What?
It's where the Kelsey brothers are from.
Oh,
nobody's talking about that. They should mention that.
Yeah, I want that guy to get on your show, but I'll work on that.
All right, go dry off, Rat.
All right, you remember the foot grinder, though?
What?
Remember the foot grinder story you guys were talking about?
Okay, yeah.
So when I was a kid, I was all females here, mom, grandma, whatever. So there was a foot grinder in the bathroom all the time. It was metal, plastic handle. So I would get up and play with my G.I. Joes and whatever, and I'd be shaking the damn thing around and using it as a microphone. One day that metal popped open. It was like black skin pudding falling out of that thing, and it was the worst smell of my life. But that's what I really wanted to tell you about, okay?
All right, thank you, Rat.
Love you.
There's Rat out in Cleveland Heights. He's tracking albino raccoons. He's trying to keep the neighbors in the loop there on that Nextdoor app. You know, that's the thing that sucks about those neighborhood apps, too, is that they began with the best of intentions, right? They talk about how in modern times people just aren't perhaps that communicative with their neighbors anymore. You're not just walking up and bringing them cookies and blah, blah, blah. And so this is a way for people who live near each other to really stay in communication. So the thought behind it's great. But though all of those things quickly devolve into just trash talk about people that people don't like. Everything turns into Facebook. You know, there's like neighborhood pages that I'm on. And somebody will be like, hey, there's a cat. Did anybody see this? Like Rat's talking about. And then there's other people on there screaming about, I don't know, just nonsense. You hear Rat's trying to help his neighbors out there in Cleveland Heights. Hey, there's an albino raccoon. And they immediately default to, oh, are you high? Now, he probably was. But be nice to the guy. He's calling me soaking wet.
Mm-hmm.
He's rifling through treat bags. I got $1,000. It is a shot for you to grab some money. Obviously, it's your last one this week, and somebody has to win it right now. So I hope that's you. Good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Bonus. That's bonus. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
Did you see Japan landed on the moon?
Been there, done that.
Recently?
Just yesterday, I think. They're the 5th country to land on the moon. They got a little thing up there. Landed on the lunar surface.
But we're still the only people that have been up there, right?
United States, the only country to put people on the moon. That's right.
See, I don't care about no stupid robots going up there.
Yeah, I wonder what the
send some people up there.
I mean, obviously,
that's the cool stuff.
There are reasons, but I would have to imagine there's reasons beyond national pride to spend the resources and the time and everything to land on the moon. I mean, we haven't obviously put people up there for a long time. They got rid of the Apollo program, and and now they're talking about we're gonna have people back on the moon in 2026 or whatever. But the U.S. is still the only country to have people on the moon. But Japan, I'm just curious what the big picture is here for them, because at this point, getting a robot on the moon, like, who cares? And there's still a lot that goes into it. So Japan now the 5th country to do it. You know who the other 4 countries are, Poundcake, that have landed on the moon?
Russia, China, U.S., and
it's a big country.
It's a big country.
Fine, you got this.
India.
He nailed it.
Good job.
That's right. And so Japan, easily the smallest of those countries, but the guy in charge, and this is such a Japanese statement too, the guy in charge said that their space program achieved minimum success. Thank you for your hard work. We've achieved minimum success. Not exactly the rousing cheers out of Cape Canaveral or the Houston NASA launch pad, I guess. Thank you all for your minimum success. Yeah, so they just put like a little lunar lander down there called the Moon Sniper. And, whatever. But it's taken them a while to get there. So that is a success for them, because they kept, I don't know how many attempts, but there's a lot of crashed Japanese craft on the surface of the moon. They call that craft services, Bill.
That's not.
I'm sorry? I'm sorry? That's got to be
You heard me.
No.
You heard the sigh.
Oh. Alan, now I'm all hungry for black skin pudding after listening to Rat. Yeah, that was pretty gross. He was talking about the pet egg, I assume? When he was talking about the foot grinder.
It's hard to really know what Rat's actually talking about. He's a little all over the place.
Yeah. Somebody texted me a list of words that they've learned from this show.
Hey, coffin skate?
No, real words. Real words that they've learned from this show.
Like what?
Lugubrious, détente, bucolic, cloying, recrimination.
We've never said any of these.
Anathema, conflagration, hectoring,
What
lascivious.
show are they listening to?
You're listening to me talk. No. Mellifluous, effluvium, demure, lycanthropy. Those are all great words. Now, your mission, Hobson's choice is in there too. Your mission, should you choose to accept it.
What are you doing, idiot?
Did you get water into the equipment there?
I think it's on our laptop.
It's all over my laptop.
Oh, no.
This is the second thing I've spilled in like 15, not even 15 minutes.
Why are you keeping an open container? You got to put the lid back on.
Yeah, you know you have a drinking problem.
She's like Robert Hayes in Airplane.
Yeah.
Just the glass going into her forehead.
That's not good. That's not good.
I would turn off your computer if it's a lot.
It's not a lot, but I think I got it, but I don't know if it got into the cracks.
Always got to check
540.
crevices.
Yeah.
I'm
Always
not
got to
having
check your
a great
crevices.
half hour, I'll tell you that.
What else did you spill?
The tea.
I got a pop out of the vending machine, a little quarter pop, and it's sprayed all over me. Like,
What?
All over me.
You didn't reflexively tap the top?
I did tap the top, and I opened it in the sink, and then it sprayed directly out. It didn't spray up.
Like a cartoon.
It
It's just she's
did.
like taking a full thing to the face
It
of
sprayed
Pop.
directly out.
Oh,
at me.
no.
My God, I'm so aggravated.
Mary's having a day.
But here's the thing: the pop sprayed all over me right after I got really good news. I got someone dropped out at the stand, so they asked me to come do 3 sold-out shows there.
Nice.
And then I sprayed pop all over myself. So I'm like, now I have to go back and change before I go to these shows.
She's all sticky.
I'm covered.
Why is Mary,
I'm covered.
why does she have flies all around her?
And then I friggin' spilled water all over my goddamn laptop.
Oh, no.
You think it'll ruin it? I don't know. I don't know how much got in between the keys. I've never spilled anything.
Water
on this
or
before.
pop?
I didn't get pop on the laptop.
I think,
I got water on the laptop.
your only advantage might be that it's water and not pop. Because if it was pop, I think you'd be real screwed. But the water, you might be okay.
You might be okay if you got
some
it.
rice.
Go put it in a giant thing of rice.
And there hasn't been any like lapse, and like I don't think water got into the circuit board.
No, it spilled across like where the trackpad is, like where the
Okay,
mouse
then you
is,
should be
and then
okay.
into the first couple. I think I got it. Like I picked it up
Before.
and tilted it before water was able to seep into the keys. Seep.
Seep. Great word. Add that one. Seep.
I'm sorry. It's just everything's a mess.
No,
But
listen,
I'm getting-
we're
I'm
almost
getting
out
paid
of
to
here.
I'm getting paid to do comedy in New York City tonight. So
That's awesome. That's
Hey!
yeah. That's the
These are my
important thing.
first paid spots. 3 of them, all sold out. I'm covered in pop and water and breaking electronics.
What time's that at?
9, 10, and 11. I'm on all
Who
those
else is on
shows.
them?
I have to follow Ari Shafir on 2 of the shows, which I'm not looking forward to. And then
Because he's not funny?
No, because I think he's gonna absolutely annihilate. That's like his home club, and I don't know. Anyway, Derek, I don't know. I can't think right now. I'm very concerned about
Frazzled.
my laptop. I'm very frazzled at the moment.
All right, well, I have to break anyway. We're going to get to the Bill Squire Friday Get Down. You think you're frazzled now, Mary.
It's
The
just
icing
gonna be more frazzling.
icing on the cake is going to be the Bill Squire Friday Get Down. That's how we begin the weekend around here. So we'll get to that. If you want to text me, 35192, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go.
Going to get to the Bill Squire Friday Get Down momentarily. We got the weekend going around these parts and then out into the frigid, freezing night. Whatever's going on out there. I don't even know if it's still snowing. All of the traffic reports we've had all afternoon have made it sound like it's an utter nightmare out there, but I don't know if, a lot of times those things are kind of hyperbolic because they want people to
slow down.
Slow down, and it's funny because people can get so, not conspiratorial, but people are like, they always got to make the weather sound so bad, and it's really not. I'm like, well, it's there's no upside to being under-prepared.
And under-cautious. Like maybe you get place a little slower, but you'll get there without crashing.
Yeah. Well, and you can't, because it's a high stress situation that people complain if somebody's going too slow or if they don't have their
there was a video
hazards on or whatever.
Someone shared a video with me the other day of someone like, man, these roads aren't even bad. I don't know why people are driving so slow. And then they try to pass the person and they start fishtailing and spinning around and they go, oh, that humbled me. I am stupid. I need to drive slower. It's actually pretty bad out.
Do you have a dash cam in your car?
No.
I'm thinking of getting a dash cam.
.com.
I'm sorry? It's pronounced .com.
I have a dot cam.
A dot cam?
Yeah, it's a different kind of Morse code.
I got it.
No, I should probably get one. I think it's a good thing to have.
Well, because people are like, oh, if somebody hits you, you have evidence of whatever. And, I mean, I don't know. I mean, everybody has rear cameras now.
Yeah, but those don't record
And I've got
all the
one
time.
in my car.
But those don't record all the time. So
no, mine doesn't record at all.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Like, it's just you.
So
see,
if you have a dash cam, then you can
Yup.
have that evidence.
Mm-hmm. And I like evidence.
Big fan of it too.
I like Mary likes videos of people slipping on the ice and falling.
It's the best.
Did you see the one where the guy holding the baby slips on the ice and then it was a down power wire and then he dies and then his pregnant girlfriend tries to save him and she dies too.
That's not real.
It's not on video, but did you see that story?
No.
That's not the fun videos that she likes.
No, I know. I was just, before I get into this, what I was actually leading into is you like those videos of people slipping. I love the videos from overseas where people pretend that they got hit by the car. They run out in front of the car and then roll onto their hood. Oh, you hit my leg. These countries where people are looking to get some quick payout from somebody.
I got one. Mary, I sent you a fun one.
Okay.
No, they're trying to figure out what exactly happened. This teenage girl in Portland, Oregon. They got a ton of snow and ice. And this teenage girl happened to be looking out, 18 years old. Her name is Maya Washington, and she happened to be looking out her front window when she saw this family. They had a huge ice storm in Portland. And she looks out, and there's a red SUV with a downed power line on it. And this couple that had been putting their baby in the car, like a 9-month-old. And the mom is screaming to the boyfriend to get the baby. He grabs the kid and tries to go up the driveway. But it was so slippery, he slips, falls back, foot touches the live wire, and he is electrocuted. The baby, I guess, so then the mom, who's pregnant, 21 and pregnant, tries to go out and help. She slips. She gets electrocuted. So then her 15-year-old brother comes out, tries to help, slips, electrocuted. So the only person left is the baby, and this girl looking out goes out there and tries to save this baby. And she does. And the fire and the rescue, they go, we have no idea how this girl and this baby weren't also killed. There's a live wire that it's a wild story.
That's insane.
Crazy. It's sad.
It's very sad.
Very,
it's
very sad.
tragic in the span of, God knows what. Because you think that you would reflexively.
Great story to end the show on.
Yeah.
Well, I kind of fell into it. I didn't plan on. My brain
can't
went
wait for this get down.
My brain went from Mary likes those videos where people slip to, hey, did you hear about the one where the whole family died? Yeah, that's wild. So I don't know. I don't know how. They don't know. They go, we don't know how this girl and the baby are still alive. So yeah, they were like before the teenage kid went down there. She's like, "Don't go near there. Don't touch whatever." And he went down and tried to help. Yeah, that's weird because this is where knowing a little bit about science helps. Because if someone that you love is in trouble, you would reflexively try to go help them. Maybe not Poundcake, but you'd reflexively try to help them, but you can't go touching somebody who's got a live wire on them.
Yeah, that's tag science. That goes way back. That's electricity.
Yeah, that is tag. Yeah, remember tag?
If you're on home base, and then you can do electricity, so you can get out. When you guys play that, like when we do get-togethers as kids, all the kids would go in the basement and we play tag, and you just run around like maniacs, and then you say like stairs or base, and then you like reach out and you can do electricity to save somebody.
I didn't know that was the thing. I thought it was 1, 2, 3, base stuck all over me, and then you could do whatever you wanted.
What?
That's like where you can.
What stuck all over me?
1, 2, 3, base stuck all over me. Yeah, like
base stuck all over me.
Once you stuck.
No, you had to be for us. You had to be touching the base, but you could
make a chain of people.
Yeah, make a chain of people
to grab someone else.
We'd say anything's base, but that's.
I don't ever remember like making a chain of people.
Yeah.
I mean,
like if you were touching the base, then anybody that you touched was also touching the base.
Yeah,
it's called the transitive property, guys. Get it together.
Mm-hmm. That's what I'm talking about. That's how I learned science.
Yeah, okay. Okay, well, I mean, that would, I can't, I didn't have enough friends to make a chain.
And you didn't have cousins to play with and stuff.
Didn't have cousins to play with.
You didn't have kids in the neighborhood that would just like play?
No.
Or were they just not including you?
They weren't including me.
Oh.
It's okay.
Poor Alan, poor Alan, poor Alan.
No, there were always people moving in and out of the neighborhood. And they were like, if they were older kids, that was no fun because they were just looking for smaller kids to beat up on. And then like, in the summertime, if I had a couple of friends, everybody else went to summer camp for 2 weeks. So just me and my brother hanging out because we didn't go to summer camp. So we were kind of waiting for everybody to come back from camp. But it would have been nice. Form a chain with my friends. A precursor to Hands Across America. But it wasn't to be. So that's why I didn't know what you guys were talking about. But now it makes sense. Base. Okay. Well, anyway, these people all got electrocuted. And
they're all dead now, so.
Yeah, they're all dead now. And Mary likes those videos where people slip on the ice.
I fell down the stairs at my friend's apartment the other day, and it was one of those where like I missed a step, and then when so my stride was much longer than I anticipated it to be because I missed a step, and then my foot twisted, so I missed a step and landed on my ankle, and I went down so friggin' hard, dude. I had my backpack on, I was carrying stuff in my hands. And I turned around and I saw a Ring doorbell camera, and I immediately texted my friend. I was like, dude, does that Ring doorbell work? Because I just friggin' ate it. And if it does, I need to see that footage. And she was like, no, the people before us left it there. It doesn't actually work. I was like, wow, what a bummer. Now I fell,
sucks.
Twisted my ankle, and no one gets to laugh at me. It's the worst.
There's no upside to that.
No upside.
Oh, that's too bad. I'm sorry to hear that.
It's okay. It's okay.
All right, well, maybe we'll do adult tag at some point. We'll do show tag. You know where I was looking for new things to do with the audience?
Oh, yeah?
We'll do show tag.
That, no.
You don't want to do that?
Not
where
really.
anything is base?
Yeah.
Base.
Okay.
What was it? 1, 2, 3, everything's...
Base all over me.
Base all over me?
Base.
Anything is base.
Yeah, after you touch base and like it's so people can't try and tag or try and get you.
Yeah, no, I understand it. I just didn't. It was so fun playing those games because the rules would just constantly be changing to keep whoever you wanted to be it. like it was really just a form of light bullying.
Yeah.
And usually it was my brother Rob that they'd be like, yeah, Rob's it, so we're going to keep Rob it and keep changing the rules so that he can't attack anybody.
Alan, I felt a little like Poundcake because I was shoveling my driveway and listening to the show. You guys were talking about hotels, and I always thought that they were called Chester drawers. We've talked about that before, haven't we? Chest of drawers. Felt a little like Poundcake. Blew my mind. Well, now you know. Now you know. You know, it's certainly not the intent of this dumb show, but sometimes you can glean a little bit of useful information here and there. You can walk away with a couple of extra neurons firing. Alan, I'm a claims adjuster. I highly suggest dash cams. You wouldn't believe how many people take responsibility after an accident, and they seem like decent human beings, but they will lie as soon as they talk to their insurance company and say, you hit them. Yeah, that's why they sell so many of these things. And if somebody does happen to walk out in front of me while I'm at a red light
and then
throw themselves against my car, I've got video evidence. Hey, Bill.
Yeah.
You want to start the weekend?
Let's do it.
The Bill Squire Friday Get Down is brought to you by Chester Drawers. Next time you're going to buy drawers, buy Chester Drawers. That's how we get the weekend started around here. Take it away, William.
It's Friday! You got to get down on Friday. It's been snowing and blowing, so be careful on those roads. Hopefully Plank Jackson plowed your street. If not, be even more careful. Snow plower, snow plower, snow plower. It's Friday!
Plank Jackson.
Yeah, a little
callback. Yeah, there you go.
Callback to Poundcake's clever name for a snowplow.
I think that's a missed opportunity on the part of ODOT. There should have absolutely been Plank Jackson. Well, anyway, there's your Bill Squire Friday Get Down in honor of the late, great Murray Saul here at WMMS. Start your weekend. You have our collective permission. Let's take a break here, and Mary's got to go.
I got to go change my clothes.
She's got to
I'm a train wreck.
clean herself up.
All right.
All right, later. We'll take a break here. If you want to get the last word in, shoot me a text, 35192, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app.
Or whatever smart device you have.
Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
This is Doug Gottlieb. Here's what's trending from the iHeart Sports Network.
Presented by Floor Coverings International.
Browns guard Wyatt